Another Rimworld. Let's get this stream going then. Alright. Seems good. Just double checking the quality. Oh, actually, I should probably check. Because yesterday I had an interesting situation where it said I was streaming Horizon Zero Dawn, which I was not. Okay, it does seem to be correct today. Yeah, I don't know exactly what went wrong there. My guess is it's because I need to update a lot of different update the title on a lot of different platforms, and that possibly has like an impact and could fuck up some places. So where were we yesterday? Well, not too much has changed. We've done a bunch of research since just a few, like since last week. Currently researching hospital beds. The one thing that we're kind of struggling with is that I was over ambitious and assumed, like you shouldn't do, that our component stockpile would last forever, including our steel stockpile. Hint hint, it did not. So we're quite low on those at the moment. On the plus side, we do at least have ground penetrating scanners to find more steel with. And we do also have a long-range mineral scanner that's in the works. It just needs to be built. And then someone has to actually operate it. So. Okay. Got some goats. Ah, god damn it. I don't really want goats. Well, I mean, it's free food, but don't get me wrong, goats aren't exactly that beneficial when you already have a lot of creatures. We did buy a donkey, a female one, so we can actually start getting more of those. Which, did we set up a work order, an auto management thing? Oh, we did. It's right here. Cool. Okay, then we don't have to worry too much about that. Very well. So I guess the goal for today is gonna be to try and increase our resource stockpile. We still need to also figure out the situation with all these colonists that we have. Mind you, a bunch of them are just temporary guests though. And I guess they will eventually just leave, but even with not counting those, we still have 22. And optimally, I would like to be somewhere around 16. I seem to find that 16 colonists with my current setup is pretty decent. It doesn't produce a lot of issues when you get attacked, in the sense that you don't get too many crazy ass enemies coming for you. And performance wise, like right now it's sitting at barely 2x speed, which, you know, could be improved upon. Anyway. Oh yeah, so we still have this person here who is still paralyzed for another 23 days. Came down in a drop pod. Oh god, it's like just a dead goat sitting in the secondary rec room. Siege. Giggle's mother. Oh no. Oh no. If I remember correctly, doesn't that mean that if we take out Giggle's mother, Giggles is gonna have a mood debuff as a result? Oh boy. Okay, so these are equipped with industrial tech weaponry. Okay. Nothing too crazy, like we can manage, but it is a siege still, so Where are their resources gonna drop? Okay, so they're gonna drop right here. Okay. Well, that just means that we have to go and take care of them. We could start bombarding them with mortars, mind you. That is an option that we have. But I don't know if that's a good approach. Granted, of course, going out there and taking all the bullet fire is also not always a good idea, but I think if we approach it from the southern side, because there's these casually placed meteorites, we might be able to make use of them. We even have a hole in the wall here because for some reason those don't get disallowed. Yeah, allowed, I should say. Okay. If we just get everyone up here to begin with, and then we can start distributing them into the area. We do have some enemies with long neck. This is not arc, bolt action rifles. But so do we. We also have people with sniper rifles. Or no, wait. I think we have like one person who has a sniper rifle somewhere. Who was that again? There, Giggles. Speaking of the devil. Got a really nice range to it. Don't quite know what to do with all these colonists though, because there's not really any super optimal location in which we can place them. Where they wouldn't be in cover. Oh yeah, we also have grenades. I don't know if those are gonna be super useful, but we can try. Oh yeah, Hiroko also has a automatic shotgun. We can put her up there. We want to get someone up here though that has a fully automatic weapon. And I mean, all these people that are standing behind here won't really help out if they just stay there. Okay, I guess he took some... What? Fucking hate this game sometimes. Well, I guess Nicole's gonna go. No way we can save her. Hiroko doesn't even have the range necessary here. Yeah, I'm not handling this situation too well. A lot of our colonists aren't even being useful at all. Oh my god, okay. I think I need to handle this in a different situation. So is it because they don't have... Before I reload, is it because... I assume it's because they don't have any helmets, isn't it? It's gotta be. Gotta be. Though I don't mind losing colonists. I don't want to lose like some of my more well-skilled ones. Even if they have negative stats or traits. Because I do have ones that are way worse than these people. Screw it. I'm gonna go and load or save just because. I'm gonna take that executive decision, if you will. Which does mean that we might get the raid again, most likely, but it's gonna be probably still a siege, but in a different location. But man, I forgot how ruthless the game is when you can't just survive without a brain for a little while. I don't remember if Death Rattle actually mitigates that, or if it only mitigates losing like a heart, say, or if you were to lose both your lungs or something else like that. Death Rattle basically makes it so that they don't die instantly. Brain loss though is a bit more crucial, I guess, because you can't exactly completely replace a brain. I don't even know if you can do much in the vanilla game. I know with the EPO mod, expanded prosthetics and organ engineering, you can make replacement parts that act as a substitute for not having a brain or having reduced brain function at least. Which we don't have, so we'll just have to manage without that. Anyway. Yeah, so we were also making some melee weapons. How are we actually doing on that? I mean, we have looted a bunch of weapons, but they're not exactly that great. Let's move them across. Because I wanted to get everyone as a minimum a offhand melee weapon. Due to the way that the what's it called? Due to how... Oh, okay, maybe I can't do it exactly like this. I have to drop it first. Yeah, okay. Due to how the simple sidearms mod works, if a colonist has a ranged weapon and they get into a close combat situation with an enemy, then they will by default start using melee attacks in the base game. And with simple sidearms, it does something along those lines, except it also knows how to automatically switch the ranged weapon for a melee weapon that does more, well, melee damage and is better suited. Of course, that doesn't work if they don't have a melee weapon to switch over into, in which case they'll most likely try and hit with the ranged weapon they're using. Oh yeah, we should probably allow this thing. I wonder if there's a mod that makes it so that whenever this, I don't even know why it's doing it like this. Doesn't make much sense to me. But it's like if an enemy destroys, yeah, like this door for instance too. If you're in a raid, or you're getting raided, I should say, and an enemy destroys some of your walls in the process of them fleeing, I think is when it happens. They'll destroy the structure, and instead of the normal behavior, which is automatically putting down a blueprint to replace the thing, they will do that, but then it'll be disallowed. My guess is that it's to prevent your colonists from just beelining into making a replacement while you're still being attacked, potentially. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Okay, so we have someone who has taming inspiration, but her training. So I guess this is what replaces the raid. Fan-fucking-tastic. It's a mech cluster, and it's a remote mech cluster at that. I have no idea if we can do this. I mean, we'll have to try at least. There's no alternative. So does the psychic droner... Okay, so it's low. And on females, but we still have a psychic suppression field, which is tied to a different quest. Also affecting females, I think. Yes. Let's see, we accepted this on the 12th, 7 days ago. Okay, so the 7.8 days, which means that this will run out soon. Then we can start worrying about the psychic droner. Gotta be honest, I'm a little bit worried, given how much trouble we had dealing with the mech cluster that was already there. Or already there, but that we instigated into our own area, I should point out. So I can't even start to imagine the pain it's gonna be to try and take out one at a remote location. I suppose we could try and bring this manned precision turret with us, but we would also need to pack a battery or some kind of fuel-based generator, or at least the materials to build one. Or a solar generator. I mean, a solar generator would work if we arrive there during the day. And if we do a chem fuel generator, we would need to, well, bring chem fuel along. I suppose we could do a wood fired generator to bring some steel for that, some power conduits, and the precision turret. Or heck, maybe even... Actually, maybe we can... I don't know, maybe we could bring the resources for a rocket complex along. I'm pretty sure it has a 55 range. Yeah, it actually has a longer range still. Right? Yeah. I'm kind of thinking that maybe we should just bring resources along for making some of those. Because these are not powered. They're just emplacements. It's like you can also bring these other manned turrets along, but I'm pretty sure they require power. Oof, that does mean that we need to bring a lot of steel and components along though. Not just to make the rocket complex, but also to refuel it. Do we want to bring some stone bricks for some embrasures? Could do that. We have any? Okay, we have plenty of limestone. I am so worried about this. So it was almost 300 steel and 5 components for one turret emplacement. Let's do the turrets, and then let's bring maybe 150 limestone. Should be enough for at least to protect the emplacement, and then maybe a few colonists. I don't really want to make it out of wood because the mechanoids, if they have the inferno cannons, they do sort of burn your things. And if the embrasure catches fire, it's just gonna spread to the turret, so let's try and avoid that. Where's our steel? There. Oh fuck. We don't have enough steel to actually do it. Okay. Well, we'll just have to make do without then, I guess. I guess we'll just have to bring everyone who has a ranged weapon along. Because we don't really have much of a choice. Let's bring some medicine along too, because people are gonna be bound to get hurt. How much is 500? Okay, that's for 1 day. I mean, it is a whole colony that we're effectively moving along, so not too surprising. Yeah, we'll be using up all our food stockpile in order to pull this off too. And how many do we have here? Time to count, I guess. So 19. Do we even have that many? Oh yeah, we do. So we can just take all these bedrolls just to optimize it a little bit better. And they can carry all this stuff, no problem. So we don't need to have any pack animals, at least. Yeah, we don't really have much of a choice, but... from here to there, it's still 1 day. So we can just barely make it by going there, taking them out, and then going straight the fuck back. So that's just what we are gonna have to do. Don't really have any choice either. A bit of a shame that we can't make use of the rocket complex though. Why are you on extreme break risk here? Oh, okay, drug withdrawal. That's perfectly fine with me. Eventually, you know, if they have an addiction, they will eventually lose the addiction if they don't continue using the mentioned drug. Though they will get pretty hefty mood debuffs, which is why I usually never want to deal with drugs in this game to begin with. I made a bit of an exception this playthrough because we made smoke leaf and we've been growing hops to make brew beer as well. But normally I try to avoid it because the mood buff gains and physical capability gains don't quite seem to be worth it, in my opinion. I'm so worried about this mech hive though. And off they go. The only saving grace is that it's not a mech hive of 3x size, which is what the first mech hive we had to deal with was. And as a result, there were like so many turrets and so many enemies in that encampment. Even if there was only a singular centipede, which are kind of terrible on their own, we didn't have to at least deal with a lot of trouble. If it hadn't been, or if it hadn't been free X, it would probably have been way easier. So I have a hunch that it's probably going to be a quite quiet stream today, since it's would you even call it a holiday? I guess you would. It's a national holiday, maybe even. At least over here in Denmark, due to it being a Christian country. Due to Christianity, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, you can't buy groceries today, for instance. Which is, you know, that's just the world we live in, but doesn't change the fact that I kinda find it annoying. But just because I don't pay attention to it. Wow, there goes the voice. Oh yeah, there goes the voice, and it's probably gonna go again in a moment. It's usually when we start out, it just eventually happens rather quickly. And it's probably like a combination of bad habits, like it's probably stuff like the energy drinks or what I had for breakfast and whatnot. Give us catatonic. Okay. Oh, this is the lady that was suffering from psychic withdrawal on top of the low psychic drone. And she's in serious pain, but isn't that because of the drug withdrawal? At some point, I kind of want to merge this hospital into the other half once it's built. Jeez, this voice. By just tearing down these walls. By just tearing down these walls. Yeah. Okay, that voice isn't coming back anytime soon. Maybe I should just shut up a little bit. Okay, tell you what though, we are kind of closing in on this psychic droner. Blue. Okay. Okay, it's just people in the colony, not people on the move, so it's not too terrible. They might be able to manage. Okay, let's see what this is what I was afraid of. Okay, so they have a shield. Okay. They have a singular lancer and a pikeman. And then an auto charge turret, but should be able to deal with this no problem, I'd imagine. Because we also have the... Alright, so this is like a proximity thing, which means that we can actually... It doesn't trigger until we get like super close. The only real problem is this shield. Because if we don't shoot from underneath the shield, we can't pass through it whatsoever. Okay, so if you use EMP munitions on the shield itself, you can disable it that way. See, I was wondering about that because the last time I messed with one of those, you know, no matter how much you shot at it, it would just never go down, which felt like super broken, considering how your own shields don't work that way. Don't fire at will though. That would probably be disastrous. Okay, let's try and do something here. Even though the visual element of the proximity sensor should be visualized. Oh, I wish we could see a proper area for the shield though, so I guess this is just gonna be like an approximation or something. Which means that we should basically just set up within this area, so to speak, before getting it off. Let's get everyone in position then. They should all be able to hit if we just place them somewhere around here though. And then what I will try to do is to place our grenade lobbing people a little bit closer. Yeah, so we have this one, which could probably be the first person. Well, I mean, we should probably just make them throw all the grenades all at once. Still, but Put that one there, and that one here. Lover, if we move you over next to these people. Actually, let's move all of you people in the back here, because that way I can manage or easily I'll find it. I'll have an easier time keeping track of or accessing. Keeping track of and accessing who actually has grenades. Damn, that phlegm really messes you up. Anyway, let's get everyone in position here. Okay. And this is a clusterfuck, so if there had been a Inferno cannon, that would probably have been pretty bad. But since we don't, then we should be okay. Okay, so how far can we actually lob these grenades? Not awfully far. But the AoE effect of the EMP grenades at least should be pretty decent. And if we're lucky, which I'd imagine we would be, should be able to blow at least the turret up in a single throw. Okay. Which means that now... Fire at will. Okay. These people should probably switch into a different weapon. And then this person here should just lob a EMP grenade here, just... Okay, unnecessary. That went exceedingly well, but we were also more than prepared enough for this. Okay, well... And Mike is still like just trying to catch up. I should really take note of that and just not keep Mike like bring him along basically. So let's get these two here because they have the grenades. would make it a little bit faster to take down this freaking thing. Very well. Couldn't have gotten much better than that, to be honest. Cool. Now we just gotta get the fuck back home before we run out of food. That's the only thing. Let's take the steel back with us. Take the mechanoids too, even though they're quite heavy. We can kind of deconstruct them and get stuff out of them. Single steel slag. Oh, a couple ones. I think that's about what I want to do. Because we could bring some limestone chunks with us, but yeah, it's not quite as important right now. Bitten to death. Oh, this cheeky fox. I assume that he came through this wall. Do we have no one assigned for construction? Well, Sparkles, you could do it. Even though you're like all fighting disease right now, you should be okay. Well, better hope that this flash storm doesn't grow out of control while all our people are away and half our colony is useless. Seems to be okay though. Oh, maybe we can trade with these guys. They're selling a polar bear, okay. I mean, although we don't have any silver, might be interesting to see. What, they're selling Frombo horn? No, that's me. Okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, no, let's just move on. And then when we get back, maybe we can build this deposit for these explosive energy producing power cells. Just for good measure's sake. Good thing that this wall is made out of stone, though this door is not. Should I maybe consider doing that? I don't know. Because it would make opening the door slower, but I mean, it will catch on fire otherwise. Alternatively, we could also just make like a floor layout in front of it so that the fire can't spread towards the door. And maybe that might actually be a better idea, because I remember like one of the issues with these is that if you just have a dirt patch, very frequently you might just have a tree grow right in front of the door, making it very slow to open. So maybe that might be a good idea. We do have some marble blocks, so we could just make some marble flooring out of stone. We don't really have too much steel to deal with, so I would rather avoid doing concrete flooring. I'm also like, I've sort of noticed that... Wait, what? Oh no. Oh my god. The one fucking time that I leave the colony with a bunch of refugees that sought help and they freaking decide to betray me. Oh jeez. Why? Why is my luck like this? Oh god damn it. We were treating you for freaking diseases, you assholes. May you die of the flu, I suppose. So what are they gonna do now? I mean, Adam's just gonna get fucking shanked to death because he can't even defend himself. But what's their plan gonna be? Well, there goes one of our cats. What is this? Come on, Donkey, you can do it. So they're just fucking wrecking the hospital for no fucking reason, setting it ablaze. What? Why? Why do you do it that way? There's a wooden door, just break it down and go out and do your pillaging. Why do you need to fucking wreck everything? Why? What is this? What's the logic behind that? Like, okay, betrayal, sure, I get it. Why is this necessary? Like, this is just stupid. I don't get the logic behind this. For fuck's sake. I mean, you can't do anything, so why does she even have an orbital bombardment? She can't even use it. This is so fucking dumb. Because this entire room is just gonna, well, I mean, it's not gonna burn down, but you know, we're gonna lose all our hospital beds and maybe even some of our medicine if we're not unlucky. I mean, we only have 3 colonists right here because that's just how it is. Missing, she can't do firefighting, so what's she gonna do? Yeah. Oh my god, look at this amazing betrayal that they just carried out. Like, why? Just why? And Leslo is fucking paralyzed, and I have no one here who can do firefighting or medical work, so yeah, Leslo is dead. No, go figure. They didn't even steal anything. They literally just went, okay, we're out, see ya, and we're gonna set your hospital on fire and shank some of your animals. This is like one of the most poorly executed betrayals you could possibly have thought about. Just why? Why? Ah. Well, there's not really anything I can do until the rest of the colony return back home. Well, amazing. The animals that got cut are just gonna end up dying because Like if they're bleeding out at least, because there's no one here to treat them. Can you like hurry home please? We have like a fucking disaster on our hands. Are you serious? Now we're also getting ambushed by a bunch of people with pointy sticks. Like, for realsies. Just the ridiculous amount of stupidity in that fucking betrayal. I just can't get over it. It's gotta be like one of the dumbest things in this game. You'd think. So my guess is that the AI was like, the storyteller was like, okay, these guys are gonna betray you and stuff. I don't know if Adam's gonna survive either. Okay, should just, even though it turns 9, I've got a mod installed so that this is another dumb thing about the vanilla game. Like they would be inches away from the colony at, you know, nearing nighttime, but instead of heading all the way home to safety, beds, and all kinds of comfort in the vanilla game, they'll just like, oh yep, it's that time of the day, we're all gonna see ya, go to bed. I don't know what to do about this situation now, because he's gonna die in an hour, and my guess is that someone's, yes, Hoff is already reserved dealing with it. And he even has medicine, like, he can't possibly do it faster than this. Okay, I think Adam is gonna survive, but holy shit. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's gonna survive. Would have been the end of the world if he didn't, but that was just so fucking ridiculous. They didn't even succeed at destroying the cooler in the wall. I guess it's because the doors, you know, they can't see. This is the thing I don't get either. So I think last week it was, we had a prison break. And the prisoners were like, they've stolen a key to get out of their prison cells, which were these rooms at that point in time. But the really dumb thing is that they actually had to break the doors to the rooms they were in order to get out. But then they just started beelining down here and just opened up this door out of nowhere. Like, they could just do that. Had to break the other doors. But this one, they could just walk through for some reason. I don't quite understand that logic. And now in this case, we have had a bunch of colonists that were completely unattended to, like the, you know, the refugees there, and they couldn't open this one door to a room which they were all inside because of the illnesses and diseases, and then all of a sudden, you know, they can't open the door. Like, there's a bit of an inconsistency there when it comes to the logic of things, in my opinion. Because if they were really part of your colony and actually betraying you, don't you think they would have managed to at least have access to all the doors in the base? I get it, it's to prevent them from just beelining to like the most valuable things you have, but honestly, I would rather have that happen in this case than them destroying every fucking single bed in the hospital. You know? For some reason, I feel that them unapologetically destroying all your shit is way worse than just having a few items stolen. Because if that building was made out of wood, it would have escalated into, you know, a completely different proportion. Oh man. See, here's the thing again. They were running away, and then because they broke this wall, it's been replaced with a new wall blueprint, but it wasn't allowed. So well, not that particularly. That is probably a good idea in the grand whole thing, to make sure that your colonists don't just randomly start repairing and rebuilding things while a fight is going on. Ay, ay, ay. The freaking chaos sometimes. No, I don't want to tame, I want to hunt all this stuff. Where does this squirrel come from? And why is it named Baldy? Heck. Okay, there's no social relationship, no log. It's just a squirrel named Baldy for some reason. Huh. Don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Where the heck does it come from? Because normally, I'm pretty sure I'm used to have the vanilla events expanded mod that allows for like creatures to come down and drop pods just as much as colonists, where they are named though not bonded. I don't think I've ever seen this happen where just a random wild squirrel is named like this. That's strange. Well, it doesn't belong to the colony, so we can just hunt it no problem. Oh yes. Food. We are getting a small stockpile going, though we kind of have spent up all our pemmican. So what I did was that we made another electric stove where I just copied all the bills over, but instead of doing like one bill at a time, you can do with this mod that I'm using, you can copy all the bills over. And not only that, if you copy them over as a linked bill, if I were to change the, I don't think it matters where I change it, but if say I wanted to increase the oh, let's just figure out what to research and then I'll continue that thought. Portable shield could be useful, but I don't think we have the materials required for it, so let's do multi-barrel weapons just for now. So the thing is, since they're linked, it means that if I change like this fine meals 4 here to be like 1 more, it also changes on the opposite side, and vice versa. So no matter where you change these bills, they'll basically be copied over, if you will. The only downside to the way that copying all the bills over works is that it needs to, the bills that you're copying over needs to still be present in the original structure when you're copying it over because of how it works. So if you were to, for instance, press copy and then delete all the bills because it's because you wanted to like say upgrade from a fuel-based fuel-based stove to an electric stove, you need to make sure that you've actually copied the bills over before you start removing the old stove, since it just when you basically paste in the builds, as far as I understood it, that's when it copies them over. The copy function just tells the game that this is the source where it should sort of copy from in reality, which means that if you don't have anything assigned in the place you're copying from, then of course nothing is going to be copied over. But that's the only caveat with how this setup works. It's also just so much nicer that with this you're allowed to like drag the builds around, where normally you have just an arrow based system where you have to like click an arrow to move it up one slot at a time, which once you start getting a lot of different builds in one crafting table or workstation, it gets a little bit annoying to keep track of, especially if it's something you have to do on multiple. Like say you have a kitchen with 4 stoves, for instance, then you'd have to do that process 4 times. Where here it's just all linked, so you do it once and then it transfers over to the others. And there was something else too. Oh yeah, you can also have way more builds with the mod setup that I have. Normally it's limited to a certain amount. I can't remember how many it is. But the unlimiting mod that I installed, I think increases it to like the maximum cap, which is 256 or something. You know, probably never ever gonna have remotely that many builds, but I have come into instances with mods, especially with a lot of the food harvesting and cooking mods, because there's just so many food related recipes in there. That I hit the cap before I even assign half of all the builds that I want. Anyway, let's look at this for a moment. So in order for Amopeka to become a praetor, okay, we need to actually improve the impressiveness of the room up to 90. Oof, okay. Well, we could probably do that by putting artwork in here. Alternatively, I think if we replace the wooden flooring with marble tiles, that could also do the trick. Could also just do fine marble tiles, but those are rather expensive. Granted, stone, well, technically any resource in the game is acquirable through an infinite source at some point, but 466 marble blocks isn't gonna cover the whole room, I don't think. Yeah, we would need like more than 4 times that much. Well, slightly less, of course. We wouldn't replace the carpet, and the tiles that are already there don't count, including the ones outside. Okay, so how are we doing on food in here? Oh yeah, we're going like really hard at gathering food now. And this is the thing, like with the fertile fields, which can be a little bit OP at sometimes, or at least feel like it, is that we're getting all these plant scraps. Granted, humans can't eat this stuff, only animals can, but it's a pretty good substitute for hay grass. One issue that I didn't consider that I'll have to face at some point though, is that our animals will need to have access to food. And I don't remember if the hayloft makes it so that the hay grass doesn't spoil. Let's see. Probably want to build it under a very tall roof. Question is, does it spoil if we store it in a hayloft? I think it does still spoil. Hmm. And the thing is, because this whole room is refrigerated, all of these plant scraps are not gonna go away. But we could probably unassign the plant scraps for now. And then, because I kinda need some room for it, let's reassign like plant scraps over here. So basically they'll prefer putting it in these food baskets, and then alternatively, once those are full, they'll start storing it over here, which is technically still our barn slash crafting area. Which means that it'll start spoiling, which is okay. It's not an issue. Because when it spoils, it turns into rotted mush, which we can use to make fertilizer. I'm really not happy. Jealous of lover's bedroom. And his friend Leslo died. Oh my god. The person who's been lying in a coma since he freaking arrived. God damn it, Adam. You just Where is Adam's room anyway? I mean, all these rooms have the exact same contents, apart from the ones that have the heating units. Where is... Okay, so his room is here. Oh, actually, I guess that's not entirely true. Must have forgotten to put in the dressers into these rooms for some reason. Okay, Adam, I get it. One thing is that you're jealous, but I can probably solve some of those issues by giving you a freaking dresser, can't I? Yeah, okay, so we are actually making use out of the fact that we have 2 electric stoves now, which is good. I think it's not it's not really an issue power-wise. We are producing more than enough. Like, we're not even utilizing the batteries at the moment. We're good. Still though, would like to get some more. Batteries, that is. But yeah, I guess part of the reason why we're doing well on power is that we've got so many of these power cells. Just that care package that we got from that one... Was it like I think it was an individual that we helped out yesterday. Just amazing. What do we need in order to get hospital beds building in? Yeah, quite a lot of steel. How expensive is a regular bed made of steel? Oh, we can't even see. We can do like this. Okay. Definitely way more expensive. Let's see, we don't need gold, we need components for this. Okay, I do wonder though, because this is technically... Okay, so it doesn't say anything about work speed, which is gonna be my guess, means that it isn't an issue that it's outside. Granted, you know, you do need to have this under an open sky, so you can't put a roof over it. But you can still make it semi-indoors. And more importantly, there's still the temperature, which you can affect. Let's do something like this, to be honest. think that might be a good idea. Let's just put a wooden floor here as well. Little extension to the palace, and it's a little bit of a weird placement, but you know, when we're running out of space, we gotta start being a bit creative here. Okay, so we are also starting to make fertilizer, which should help us out in the long run. Don't think we have any just yet necessarily. Doesn't look like it. No, I'm pretty sure it would be in this menu. Or, yeah. Masterwork wooden dressers. So the question is, should we start moving over our recreational items, like the piano that Pikachu gave us, into the larger rec room, just for good measure's sake? Because we don't really, like, it's not completed yet. We have a lot of empty space available to us, and I'm not entirely sure what to do with it yet. I know we can later on, we can technically do research for televisions and that kind of stuff, but yeah, haven't quite gotten that far. Tell you what though, we can designate this area as having a party spot too, including a marriage spot. I know people I've seen people make like chapels and other religious like marriage buildings with a bunch of chairs and everything, but it's something that happens so rarely in the game. It's completely random and it's out of your control for the most part. I know we kind of have this skill here that we could sort of manipulate people into doing some romantic stuff, but I'm finding with these diecast abilities that so far I have used them once, and that was just to try it out, and I've not seen any results on it from what I know. And I'm finding it's very similar to if you play with the Rimworld of Magic mod, where a lot of the magical skills are so situational that they're cool and useful, but you have to be very not on point, that's not the right wording, but you have to be very active with using them in order to get anything out of them at all. Like for instance, we can use this word of love, but you know, we have to basically micromanage this singular pawn down to a T just to sort of get anything out of it. Let's see. Could try and get Hiroko and Giggles together. Might work. Because I don't think they are in a relationship, either of them. Ex-lover Charlie Quake. Oh, they're both females though. Would that still work though? I wonder. But also just, oh no, Quake has a wife. What about Teddy? What kind of person is he? Oof. Yeah, we only have like really fucked up people, don't we? Maybe that's why no one is getting married, is because they're all such psychotic people that they don't want to be with anyone else. We can try and see if we can't get Hiroko and Hoff together. Oh, what does that do exactly? Hmm. It just gives you this thing, which I have no idea how it affects their behavior at all. Okay. That's okay. Let's get this cleaning area expanded into some of the new rooms. Just in preparation for us actually making use of them in the future. Get a light in here because I don't know if that actually... I know lighting affects their movement, but I don't know if it does their manipulation still. I can't remember. I know we talked about it on a different stream, but yeah. Can't quite recall what the outcome of that was. Okay. Yeah, so we're slowly getting some plant scraps moved over here so that they can start spoiling intentionally. Yeah, we should probably focus or prioritize kibble over raw compost, but I was thinking about moving it around for a second. I can't remember if this long-range mineral scanner, I suppose that's also just the scan job, which would be nice to have more people doing it, but we just have so many things that we need doing. I mean, you kind of always do, right? Let's try anyways. It doesn't guarantee that we're gonna get a bunch of people doing these jobs. But the more people we set to at least have the opportunity to go here and do these jobs, the more likely it's gonna happen. Because otherwise they just end up doing their, you know, fourth priority jobs instead, because they actually have like a bunch of higher priority jobs listed. Try something like that. We can just set the others to 4. It doesn't really matter too much. It's very unlikely that they'll ever do any scanning jobs, but you never know. Building unusable due to roof. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is the funky thing. You can't place them underneath a roof, but you can place a roof on top of them, where you then have to assign them to actually remove said roof. There we go. And I mean, Teddy is actually idling right now, which is kind of surprising. I've set it for to be tuned into components. Yeah, so this analyzer gives us a research speed increase of 10%. Can't remember if the high-tech research bench, I think they also just might just have a higher base value. I can't remember. Actually, they might not. It's just that some research requires you to have those in order for them to actually do the research. But yeah. Okay, so the temperature in there isn't the greatest simply because we have no heaters. Okay. Well, let's see if we can't mitigate that issue. Which we probably can't because we don't have any steel. It might be one of those cases where we need to turn on this second ground penetrating scanner just because it's not going fast enough to my tastes. So we've discovered uranium and some plasteel and gold, but it just doesn't happen fast enough. Okay. So see here, Jericho is refilling these with rotted mush, raw compost. But what are they using the fertilizer for though? Are they even storing it here anywhere? I'll have to look that up. Okay. Can't really afford a vitals monitor anyway, so no reason to go into that. Let's go into fabrication though, just so that we can start getting the research required to make components, even if we don't have the materials for them quite yet. So let's see. What's going on with the fertilizer thing? Is it because it's not... Yeah, it's not the ideal temperature in here. So I wonder, can we actually move these to a more appropriate location? We put them into the animal barn. I mean, it would be nice and toasty there. Oh no, Varric, I see you. Oh, god damn it. You're not, you even broke the freaking roof. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Shit, where do I put those? Fucking crashing the party. Well, I'll make you happy by putting them in here. How are you doing today? Rare frumbos, but we don't have any inspired taming, so yay. I just imagine that whenever you enter a party, Varric, I just imagine this image of someone coming, like, breaking through the door with a backpack full of these unstable power cells saying like, "What's up, bitches? Let's freaking party and blow some shit up," or something. Oh, so she's got an eye patch. Well, I mean, Amopeka here has kind of managed to get himself a peg leg. Oh, wait, we did get it upgraded to a bionic leg yesterday, but he did lose a leg. And I'm pretty certain that, I think someone is missing an eye. I should, you're probably, reminding me that I should probably do something about that. Can we even do that? In this? No, we cannot. Yep, that requires, EPO. God damn it. At least I think so. Don't have a replacement lung for this dude either. Or, yeah, dude. No replacement kidneys either. So didn't we research prosthetics? Yes, we did. So where do you even make these? In the machining table, probably. Yeah, the eye patch is EPO. Oh yeah, okay, so here's where we make some prosthetics. Except we don't really have the materials to afford that kind of stuff, but it's a thing. We should probably change this job down here from bolt action rifles to be sniper rifles. Something like that. Then 1 per colonist plus 2. Actually, maybe we can just make do with 1 per colonist because we have 2 of them that can't actually do anything. Anyway. Have a good amount of weapons in here though. And I see that we have some more swords been made. We can just start swapping out some of the crappy ones that people have been using up until now. Maybe a little bit expensive to use plasteel for all these weapons, but I'm not too worried about it. We'll get some more eventually. And I don't think I've ever experienced weapons breaking. Like, I have never played for long enough to the point where weapons, especially melee ones, ever start breaking down just from utilizing them. It's usually only something that happens if they drop the weapon for some reason due to being incapacitated or similar. But not really ever happened when people like just use them. So what I'm trying to say is that it's probably going to be a one-time investment. So if we were to make the walls of the palace out of marble, might that be an idea? Could be. That should improve the beauty of the room, right? Or am I mistaken? Yeah. Wait, what? You thought they didn't think they would deteriorate if equipped? What do you mean exactly? Okay, what did you find? I know there's quite a lot of random stuff in there. Oh. I mean, a pile of dirt. That is because of the fertile fields mod. In case you don't know about it. I did add that couple streams ago because I was getting frustrated that I didn't have the option to terraform. Beyond the moisture pump. But that's so that we can terraform rock and stuff into dirt. No, we do need to do the research first. Right now, though, the most useful thing about it is that we can make both rich and tilled soil. If we get fertilizer, that is. And, you know, it's like with the race the roof mod. I think it's more interesting with more choices, and especially, you know, it's attempted to be balanced because of the resource costs. But if you think that's interestingly and weird, Crush Rocks. It's the same mod, by the way. I don't know why you're wasting all your precious silver on something like a bunch of rocks, but I'm sure we'll be able to make use of it eventually. But yeah, we need to do this terraforming research here before we can make proper use out of it. So it's like it's a production chain where in order to terraform into these different ground types from other ground types, you need different types of resources. So for instance, going from mud to dirt is just going to cost you dirt, but I don't think we have any examples here that I can show you, like what is it called, rough dirt or stony soil to dirt. It's just one dirt because of the conversion that happens. You can also terraform dirt into sand, which is just going to give you a bunch of stuff. So you could technically start terraforming areas that you never intend on using and then get resources that way to apply into a different place. You can also make gravel, which is just going to give you a fuck ton of dirt. But you know, if you ever want to turn it back again, you gotta acquire dirt again in order to reinvest it. And it takes a lot of colonist work effort in order to apply all the terrain manipulation options or operations. And you can make the different aspects of the production chain in your stone cutter. So we can take here, for instance, so we can do it with stone blocks or stone chunks. That's like kind of the step that you start at. So you turn stone chunks into crushed rocks. Then you can crush those rocks into sand. And you can grind that into clay. And combining some of those components, you can make dirt. So why don't we set it up just for good measure's sake? Just as like when you run out of stuff to do, start making terraforming materials. So we'll need fertilizer, sand, and clay in order to make, well, dirt. So let's do the stone chunks. And you probably wanna unassign the stone types that you're actually intending on using for building things to begin with, until you've built the majority of the walls and everything, since this is very resource and work intensive after all. Grind sand into clay, and we'll also need to, let's see, we did the sand, we did the stone, we didn't do rocks into sand. And then how I like to set this up is to put the start of the production chain at the bottom, which sounds a little bit weird, but it makes sense. So the end product goes as high up as you want it, and I tend to do it after making the stone blocks because, you know, you're most likely gonna want to use those. And which means that if we follow the reverse order, then it's dirt, clay, sand, and crushed stone. Because that means that, you know, they go through the list and it's like, oh, okay, can we create dirt? Not quite. We need to grind some rocks into sand, which means that they just go through the list and then make the next component necessary. And then let's say we had literally no resources, you know, then they would go to the very bottom of the list first, because that's where the production chain starts. So you start making the stone chunks into crushed rocks. As soon as they have enough crushed rocks to do sand, then they'll start doing sand, and then eventually they'll have done dirt. And the good thing about doing it this way is that if we did it the opposite way around, you know, they would try and fulfill our do X requirement before moving on to the next chain in the production chain, which basically just means that you build up a larger stockpile of resources before even making anything that's functional, you know. But doing it this opposite way around makes sure that you're focusing down on the things that you really need. In this case, dirt is the most useful of those materials. How they're doing on organs? Oh, I mean, we can do a status report here. Let's see. We have some permanent injuries, and I mean, our picker here, the male, is using a bionic leg, which we managed to acquire. Female one just has the brain augment. Hero has no issues, just a left ear scar. Oh, stone chunks. Or sorry, space chunks. Let's get that done. Okay. Back to this. So just a scratch scar there. Giggles is missing a toe. Kuroko, she's missing an eye though, which is a little bit bad. Got like a shot to the head. Got a missing lung. We've got a missing kidney as well. And technically he's had a prosthetic heart from the beginning, which is also not the best. We did improve him with this neuro calculator though, which is kind of cool. Just an improvement there. Oh yeah, she has a peg leg because you know, why not? But like a person with a missing arm here. Just gonna casually drop a lung on me, are you? You know. So who was that again? There. Stall left lung. Mind you, not everyone's gonna require replacement parts, because I also sort of have a goal of trying to replace some of these people. Oh geez, dude. Calm down. How have you just been? Is it because you don't know what to spend your silver on? Is that what where we're at? We have a bad spine, which technically we could heal that with we have 2 healer mech serums. My worry is that it would heal his right arm first though. Then we just have a Mike who's just completely useless, whom I actually really want to get rid of. If I remember correctly, I don't think he has. Yeah, he's just genuinely not that great. Just a bit of food poisoning. Oh really? Well, I guess it's because the value silver-wise of the item is already quite low, so makes sense, right? It's like usually when I play with EPO, I don't shy away from replacing people who have like bite scars and all kinds of wacky scars, and using that as an argument for replacing an entire arm with a bionic one. I'm sure you've been in a similar situation before. Then now we do have an alternative solution, if I remember correctly. I don't remember if it's in the vanilla game though. Let's see. No, it doesn't seem like it. Unless it's... oh wait, it might be up here. Bionic one. I mean, I don't know, can we have... do we have bionic spines in the vanilla game? We do. Okay, we just need to do the research once we get there. Thanks for the follow. Questionable ethics expanded. Yeah. I've started using the organ harvesting post-mortem mod for my main playthrough. It's kind of interesting the way it's structured. Let's just have a quick look at this toxic spewer though. Okay, so it's a site with a toxic spewer and 5 manhunting monkeys. Okay. Curious. Could be interesting to get a plasma sword. The tough skin gland is kind of cool too. We are in fall, but I think we might be able to do it, but... yeah, my main worry is that we don't have a lot of pemmican at hand, so... can't really go along with a lot of food though. Maybe we should just take it easy on the questing for a little while. Well, Varric, the reason why you're getting so many eye scars is probably because you're... well, I shouldn't say anything or assume anything, but how many medical based mods are you using? Because if you don't make any... you use a lot of mods that change the way that medical operations can fail, I think the chance of getting scars and just straight up killing people is very, very high. At least it used to be. I remember that being the main reason why I decided to start using mods like oh, fuck, what are they all called? It's in the mod list in the on the Twitch stream. Here, open that up. And yeah, like less arbitrary surgery, for instance. That's a really nice one. I think that's specifically the one that I'm thinking about anyway. There we go. But yeah, we would need to do some research and get some materials before we can start replacing people's spines, unfortunately. Holy shit. Raiding with a party of 12. Whoa, whoa. Okay, this is a first. Welcome. Holy shit. I have no idea who you are, but whoa, that's a lot of people. Welcome to the stream. Wow. Do I want to know who Tim Logic is? Holy shit. Jeez. Every infestation you've had, someone's ended up with an eye scar or a missing eye. So fun, nice Rimworld toolkit streamer. Rimworld toolkit stream. What does that mean exactly? Jeez. Wow. That's really cool to have you here. I'm a little bit flabbergasted, to be honest. Wow. Nope, I have no idea what it is, but do enlighten me. I always look forward to hearing about new and interesting things. Interact with your Rimworld. Okay. In what sense, exactly? Oh wait, I think I might actually recall this. Yeah, I think I've seen like another... I was taking a look at another streamer, I can't remember the name of his stream, but might have had it too. Hmm. Oh, okay, so instead of the extension. How does it work with modded stuff though? Because that's one of the main draws for me to use RimConnect at least. Oh, okay, so you'll have to do it manually. Okay, I need to get rid of all these dogs, unfortunately. Don't really want all these free... Well, I guess it's free food, as horrible as that sounds. But then I assume, does that mean that you would have to alter it whenever you change your mod load order? Hmm. Yeah, because RimConnect is based off of the silver cost, which is a decent, like, way to simplify the process of getting it into the game, but also sometimes it is a little bit broken. Like, Varric gave me this man precision turret way before we even have the research for it. And it was quite cheap, to be honest. Hmm. Oh, that's cool. I like the research part. Because that is kind of a little bit broken if you do like a Neolithic to Spacer Tech playthrough. Hmm. Yeah, that's actually a good point. What about stuff like unstable power cells? Because are they considered Spacer Tech? You don't research them, you get them through quest rewards, so that's a bit different, right? Well, let's just say that Varric's basically been sponsoring 8 out of these 10 unstable power cells. Hmm. Maybe I should look into Toolkit. Because there is one main issue I have with RimConnect. And that's mainly for people who don't know about the extension itself. Because I've had people come in here, also friends included, who didn't know that you need to grant it access before it started giving you silver. And that's a little bit unfortunate in my opinion, because that means people can't just start watching and you know, they would kind of have to know that they need to do things, or I would have to inform them. And I just can't see a well fleshed out fluid way to do it. Hmm. Do you say it's got integration with Puppeteer? I was looking into Puppeteer and considering giving that a go for like the next run, if you will. I'm a little bit curious about how it works exactly, like how well it works. So I would definitely be down for giving that a try at some point. Hmm. Yeah, because I read into like it has a token system and you can implement a respawn portal, and there was also the whole thing about it making sure that if a viewer intentionally does very, very naughty things to the rest of the colony, you can make it so that the remaining colonists just respawn when stuff like that happens. Stripped all the patients in the hospital. Wow, that sounds like a very naughty thing. 1100 CET. I just mic'd him. I just might. Yeah, and it's like pretty funny because one of the main things about Puppeteer that got me interested in the concept is because you've probably tried the multiplayer mod for Rimworld, and I've been hanging out with a bunch of Americans in a Discord at some point, and a lot of us really like to play Rimworld just because of all the possibilities the game sort of provides you with. And then we started looking into the multiplayer mod. Oh, nice. Finally got steel. So we looked into the multiplayer mod for Rimworld and what it offered you. And, you know, Rimworld already being such a perfect game, just having the multiplayer option would just be icing on the cake. And then what we ended up doing was that we used the Prepare Carefully mod to make personalized colonists for each and every one of us. And we had about, at the peak, we had like 7 people in the same multiplayer session. Unfortunately, the multiplayer mod wasn't really that stable for us at that moment. Especially me connecting from Denmark to the US, along with another person from Australia. It's a bit problematic with the synchronization, but it was a pretty interesting experience because it basically meant that we personally would micromanage everything that the individual pawn that we had control over would do, to the point where we almost didn't really use these work order priorities at all. And we still had them for emergencies when people were AFK and stuff. But that was the gist of it. I'll do my best to take care of the raiders. I've never had this many concurrent viewers, so this is a bit overwhelming. But I'll try and do my best. And then I'll definitely make sure to check out the Puppeteer again. I don't know when exactly I will be trying out Puppeteer though, because as interesting as RimConnect has been, it's still... the game still suffers from a lack of content when you're so used to playing with mods. I just imagine like 10 minutes after you leave. Alright, Tim, see you later. I just imagine 10 minutes from now, I'm just gonna get like raids and all kinds of stupid shit going on in the colony. Jeez. Okay. Back on track. Let's see, we have a bit of limestone blocks now. I have a feeling that this storage facility that I want to build for these unstable power cells isn't gonna really do much in the long run, but we'll give it a try anyway. Exclamation mark lurk. Please. Alright, so maybe we should consider putting some turrets up around here once we have enough excess steel. Not that the infestations have been too bad, mind you, but I'm a little bit worried that if we don't, we might just have a situation at some point. Okay, so before we got raided, I did start building some marble walls into this throne room here. But I don't have any idea if that's sufficient enough. Let's see. Can we actually see it here? Oh, okay, impressiveness 109. That is more than adequate. We probably don't have the quest right now. Oh, actually we do. But the question is, would we even be able to fulfill his needs if we did? Because he would become a praetor. And I've never ever had to deal with royalty like this before. 40 tiles from room area. No, that's just his regular room. Okay, we've got that. Room impressiveness. Okay, that's the throne room requirements. Okay, we don't really need to look at that. This is what we need. Okay, 50 impressiveness, all floored, double bed, and tables. Okay, we don't have that quite yet. Maybe actually we should be building this out of marble blocks too. Shouldn't be a big deal because it's not the defensive wall that protects our colony. And getting that extra beauty might be beneficial. Yeah, they have the power to cause chaos, but most tend to help. Yeah, too bad I can't, like, just give it a go right now, because having 12 viewers test it out on this stream would be quite interesting. Because, you know, I would probably want to try and get some of the mods that I play with regularly integrated too, just to see what you could do with it. And I don't have a stream planned for tomorrow, so I might as well check out Tim's stream, see how it works out, and maybe give some inspiration to me. But it's pretty cool to have mod developers come in and check out the stream, because I do appreciate all of the, actually just everyone who's been making mods for Rimworld. I don't think the game would really be what it is hadn't it been for all those amazing people out there. Unerton and also no nast. Known ast. That's pretty clever. Yeah, I was just trying to think about I think there was, or was it just Puppeteer? Because some other people did come into my stream a couple weeks ago talking about Puppeteer and basically, you know, saying like, oh, why are you not using that instead of RimConnect? So that means that sounds like we need some more people to try it out. So maybe actually I was considering just doing RimConnect for a more modded run on Rimworld as a stream, but maybe Puppeteer might be a better approach with the, yeah. Which toolkit is different from Puppeteer? Yeah, I understood that they're two different things. Yeah, I understood that they were different things, but like they work in harmony together, seemingly pretty well. Hmm. Yeah, I assumed so, because Puppeteer basically just gives you, well, I say basically, I can only imagine the pain it must have been to develop something like that. But that it gives you the opportunity to control pawns and such. Well, maybe we'll do that for my next stream. I usually stream Rimworld on Fridays and Saturdays, according to my schedule currently. But I've only been streaming for a couple weeks now, so it's been a bit of an experiment for myself, also trying to get into the whole streaming community. And so far it's mainly just been trying to get the quality of the stream up, and also, yeah, improve the quality of the sound and everything else. Okay, so we're just racing forward with this fabrication research. So now we should be able to get the machining table, I think it's called. No, not machining table. The fabrication bench. But if I remember correctly, this is not minifiable, so if we place this down, I'm pretty sure we can't move this, right? And this is just a makeshift workshop slash barn area. And I don't really want to put things in there, especially if they're temporary. But if we want to get some room for it, we need to clear out an area over here instead. Maybe, just maybe it's about time we finally did that. So, something I'm curious about the toolkit though. How do you know what commands to use? Like, is there an easy to find overview that you can look at? Or is it just gonna be like a huge list of possible commands? Or how does it work? I'm a little bit curious. Exclamation mark purchase list. Oh, okay, so it's an actual page that you set up. Or, I'll let you explain. That means you have like an actual page? Oh, that gets redacted. I have a bot on to prevent links. One of my moderators set that up. But just the general gist of it is perfectly fine. You don't need to find an exact example. So stuff gets categorized. Let's get this royal bedroom up. Should we actually just make a royal bed just from the get-go? Wait, so if you make it out of marble, does that actually... Okay, so it gives you 100 beauty. And if it's wood? 75. Okay, rest effectiveness is probably also something I should look at. 105%. Couldn't imagine a marble bed would be super... yeah, okay, so it actually does decrease the rest effectiveness. What if it's made out of steel though? Okay, so that's the same as wood. Put that there. Maybe I should just look at it later, because it seems to me that it's probably a little bit more complex. I just wanted to ensure that it's not just gonna be like you type in a command and then there's gonna be a huge list of commands that you can type in to spawn in the different things. Just knowing that there is some kind of interface involved, that's more than fine. Sufficient, I suppose. It is a purchase list thing. Okay. Ah, okay. Yeah, I can imagine it being a bit hard to describe. I'll just have a look at it sometime later today. Perfectly fine. Okay, so we're getting rid of the silver ore. But what was it with this area? I think I remember. Oh yeah, that was the issue. That was the reason why I wanted fertile fields, is because all of this area is basically where we want to build our workshop, but we can't because rain affordance is kind of shite. And though we could research a moisture pump, I just don't have the patience to wait for that thing to work. And we did get some piles of dirt, so we should be good. And I did remember we did also buy some from a bulk goods trader at some earlier point. Soil to soil. What is this again? This is mud. Okay. Do it this way then. Why is Teddy idling? Oh. Of course he's idling because we have no power. That makes perfect sense. So we're gonna postpone this prayer ceremony for now because I don't think we quite have what it takes for the bedroom for His Royal Highness. Well, not Royal Highness, but you know what I mean. These are sitting at 56 and it needed to be... Trader 56 and it needs to just be 50. Okay. So technically these rooms might be good enough because that's 25 spaces. Yeah. So we could actually kind of just make it work. And this one... Oh, okay. Oh no, wait. This isn't good enough. Jericho is fleeing for some reason. Wait, what? Oh, good point. Oh, I think he's being hunted by a boomalope. Thanks for pointing that out. I wouldn't have noticed that otherwise. Okay, see if he can actually take it out though. Should be doable. Want to get a decent amount of distance before he takes another shot though. Great shot, mate. Great shot. I do miss the run and gun mod though. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, normally because of the base setup, the only person that we really have to worry about is our hunter when it comes to getting chased down for the most part. Since this is the kill box that we have with all our defenses down here. And I've tried to make it with like just an opening so they'll have to walk past all these, 23 spike traps before entering the inside of our base. God damn it. 3 alpacas. Okay, it's not that many. But don't really need them. Let's just double check on the food situation because yeah, we have plenty of fine meals and a good amount of just simple ones. Actually, what's the yeah, so I set it to 10 per colonist. And then because we have this many, it turns out to be 210. That's fine, that just means that we have a good stockpile. Very importantly though, we're finally getting some steel. Because we were kind of running low on that stuff. Okay, so I haven't quite planned out what to do with this workshop area. And to begin with, I think it's fine if we just plan out where we want to place the fabrication bench. And maybe even just place it just so that we have it functional. Let's just give them a wooden chair for now though. We can always replace it with something better later. I also need to make up my mind on whether or not we should continue growing cotton in here. Because last growing season, or last in-game year, we did sort of run low on food towards the end of the winter season. And I don't know if that's such a good idea because at the speed at which we're going at in terms of producing food versus consuming it, we'll never build up a substantial enough stockpile to go out and do too much adventuring. Which is a bit of a shame because you can get some pretty good rewards after all. Why do we have so many unfinished weapons though? Oh, I think I know why. It's probably because he started making a sniper rifle. And then they got enough materials to make a chain shotgun, and then they got enough materials to make an EMP launcher. In that order. Speaking of which, I did notice that we got like an excellent one down here. And if memory serves me right, yeah, so we still have the EMP grenades. I think those were also given by Varrock at some point in time when we were a little bit pressed for weaponry. Since we did at some point have a 3x size mechanoid base situated over here before we even had and we still don't have any flak armor, which is something that I should also set up bills for, but I can't remember what do we need in order to make them. Do 1 per colonist plus 2 steel, cloth, and components. Yeah, that's a bit little bit more expensive than what we can afford at the moment. And flak hands are going to be the same deal. Of course they are. I think maybe we can make some simple helmets though. Aren't they just steel cost? Let's see. Yep. We should probably make some helmets. And given how we did have like an encounter that completely went south earlier, where 2 people got their brains shot out, maybe even putting it as a higher priority might be a good idea. Let's get the percentages set up, count equipped. Yeah. Let's do the same for these. Even if it's not going to be relevant for a very, very long time. Black vests, we already got those. And ultimately, we will want to have black helmets, I suppose, instead. But are they? Yeah, they require plasteel as well. A little bit more spicy. Oh shoot, I forgot we stole this heater from one of those camps that we raided. Guess we could just put it into the soon-to-be royal bed chambers. Or actually, wait. This room is completely unheated. Yeah, let's focus on that room. I also really want to get some of these shield generators going, but they are freaking expensive. At least if I were to make them directly. Hint, hint. I don't know, how expensive actually are they? Can I even see the price of these? Wow, okay, so that's still expensive even for you viewers out there. Okay, so we kind of have some rooms ready already at this stage. Just need some flooring, I would say. Don't need to go too overboard with it, so... Question is, does it even make sense to waste our steel on that? Could just make some limestone flooring, but... Still have some walls that need replacing with limestone to begin with. And eventually I would like to have a free tile wide wall, so that's gonna be muy expensive. Tell you what though, we might wanna just replace this section of wall here and then this wall around here. Just because it's part of our defensive installation. And this small courtyard is basically the last area in which anyone coming in would pass through before having access to the remainder of the base, so to speak. I also remember now, we also gotta do something about these graves from way early on in the game. Just so many people died. And I forgot to set the the storage priorities up so that they wouldn't store all the people attacking us in the beginning. We have a bunch of random strangers here too. But all of that in due time. See, okay, we've got some few more melee weapons. Let's just get those equipped as secondary sidearms. I'm not too worried about the quality of the weapons right now because, let's face it, oh god damn it, I should have seen that coming. A a longsword is probably gonna be better than any mace or knife that we have. Most colonists don't even have a melee-based sidearm to begin with, so... Let's get these equipped. How many left? We have 3 left. And 2 swords. Okay, so we can almost equip everyone with a melee weapon now. Or, technically we could technically equip everyone with a melee weapon, but I am talking about at least a decent one. There we go. Very good. Just out of curiosity's sake, like, let's take a look at the DPS on these weapons. With armor penetration in mind, of course. But yeah, this is like way better than anything that we've had up until now. Hopefully that's gonna make a positive difference when our colonists get into melee combat with some enemies. Does increase our value for our colony, I'd imagine, though. Oh right, this must have been when I had to take care of like a little bit of a world situation. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know if I'm ready for this. What does it say? Okay, it is initially dormant, but it's a countdown. Oh, there's only 1 day. Oh no. Okay, Varric, it's time to put the plan into action. And they've got a defoliator as well. Oh, Jesus, so I can't even wait for like orbital bombardment, you say? Actually, you have a point. Ah, shit, who has it again? Reminds me, like... Yeah, this lady. She needs to unequip that orbital bombardment targeter ASAP. So we kind of need that now. But remember now, like, she's a non-combatant. She can't do violence or practically anything. Absolute worst. But we do have an alternative strategy. Because you see, these turrets have a range of 46. And Varric and I found out that these precision turrets have a range of 50. And this is a manned one, so we can technically reinstall this one over here and start slowly taking down the turrets. Do they actually outrange the pikemen though? Where's their range? Combat. Wait, can't see the range? Maybe it's because it's asleep? Is that a thing? Oh, maybe if we look here. Ah, there it is. Okay, 50. So we could technically outrange even the pikemen with something like that. I think the auto inferno cannons are also not gonna be an issue. Here's something if you need power. Thanks. Thanks. Just what we need right now, specifically. Could we actually... So because it's a countdown trigger and not a proximity one, doesn't that mean that you could technically go right up against these and then before you trigger them? Because if that's the case, we might not even have to do anything super crazy. What should the approach be here? Because we can use the orbital bombardment targeter if we give it to someone else. Once she's like laid it down finally. We could also install a temporary defensive position to take them out at range, or we could be extremely ballsy and just put a bunch of people in here with plasma grenade, no, not plasma, sorry, EMP grenades, and just regular grenades. And if we lob 2 of the grenades at the same time on the most devastating of the turrets, they will be instantly destroyed, I'm pretty certain. Without us having to deal with those, then we just gotta take care of the rest. Oh, you've got a point, because they have, yeah, that heat resistance. I don't know. Let's see, what does the description say? No, these are kinetic impactors, which tells me that it's not a laser beam. Because I think the laser beam, I've seen it once, and I think that's the Empire, if you call in for their support to do like an orbital strike or something. So at least we could do that. Let's make Amopega here, equip it. Alternatively, we could also, we'd probably, yeah, we don't have, oh, we can reinstall this. Dude, this might actually be even better, because this rocket complex can easily outrange all of this stuff, and it's an explosive weaponry, so might be what we want to do. Only thing is that it's like such a dumb location that we don't really have many options on where to place this and still be able to hit things. We could also do a combination of both, but I'm actually very tempted to just try and brute force it with this rocket complex here. Let's try that at least. Also because I remember trying this out on like some raiders in a different playthrough, and it was very effective. I'm just curious to see how strong it will be against these enemies here. Because the thing about it is that we can still be hit, you know, whoever's operating this could still be sniped by these pikemen. But hopefully we'll manage. Okay, so Lover has the EMP grenades, and Lamp has the EMP launcher. So, is that all we have for EMP though? I think it is. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Deep breaths. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this as a contingency plan if everything else fails. However, I think we can take this in like a bit of a more brute force if we're quick about it. Because it activates in 23 hours, but we should, if we act quick, we should be able to just get all up in the face of this, surround them, and then just destroy the turrets before they can harm us. At least the most devastating ones, right? Okay, seems to be okay. And we have made sure that no one has fire at will enabled, because that would be devastating. Okay. Who's closest to the rocket turret right now? Because, wait, there's a thing about this guy where we might as well not use him at all. Simply because he has all these permanent health defects. He's so freaking slow that honestly I would rather not even deal with him. Let's just ignore him. Okay, Quake, you can go up there. We don't need you here. And then we just need to distribute these 4 people around. So what I was thinking is use the frag grenade throwers to take out the... I'm a little bit worried about going too close to these, but hopefully it's gonna be fine. So use these people and then coordinate the thrown grenades in such a way that, you know, they're gonna be safe. And then use the EMP grenades to, what do you call it even? Incapacitate, I suppose? Stun the enemies here. Because they have, oh, okay. So the grenades have a really big range, but then the EMP launcher just enables you to shoot it pretty far. Okay. That's fine. We can probably manage. Because if we throw this around here, then all the mobile enemies should be dealt with. Okay, so I think those people are fine where they're situated. And these are just barricades which provide 57% cover. Okay, that's a little bit bad, but manageable. We don't have a lot of cover for our own people though. I don't want to run the risk of them accidentally shooting each other. Because, you know, that's a pretty common thing in this game if you're not careful at least. We do have a lot of combat shotguns at our disposal, so might as well get those in as close range as we possibly can to improve their accuracy. And technically I don't even know if it would be better to just have them situated around here so they don't have to deal with this cover. But maybe we can take out the turrets, the mini slugger ones, while having these enemies incapacitated, break these turrets simultaneously, and then, yeah, take out all the enemies, hopefully without anything going wrong, right? Because that never happens. Okay. Oh, I was just like, what's that sound? It's this freaking thing. Alright. And just because, for good measure, I'm not really one for save scumming, but I do prefer having a save, just if, in case I do something so wrong that we would have to like literally start from nothing with a with a complete new slate of clean slate of colonists. I do want to avoid that. Okay, then use this person to take out that one. Okay, throw it. Okay, I should probably not have that high speed. Could have been badly. Now what we want to do is toggle on the fire at will, just so that they will acquire a new target automatically if need to be. And this guy, I should probably just target it directly, shouldn't I? Okay, so they can aim for that one. And then these people should probably... yeah, let's do like this. I should also take care of that slugger turret there. I'm surprised that these are still sleeping though. Nice toss. Okay. I think we're good. Okay, so we only got minor sustained injuries. Nothing too terrible. Hey. Crisis Successfully averted. Oof. Okay, so we didn't even need the rocket launcher turret up here, which is good. Okay, someone almost got wrecked by a grenade though, because I forgot that they continued throwing those even after everything was destroyed. It's all good though, no one died, unnecessary deaths. Okay, so this quest, emergency landing though. Okay, so some people need rescuing, okay. What about the rewards though? Not really anything particularly interesting. But it's just gonna be a bunch of tribes people. Surely we can defend these. Might as well get the checkpoint finally. Oh, okay, Crash is down there. Wait, so did it actually say how fast they're gonna attack? No. Let's see. Okay, no spacer tech weaponry on their side. Why don't they just walk into the colony, right? Wouldn't that just be easier? I mean, it's literally right next to them. Should also sort of salvage these things as soon as we can. Okay, food seems good still. Yeah, it's very likely that we won't have to change these roof zones. Okay, so for some reason, why do they do it like this? Couldn't they just have crash landed in the safety of the base? Like, I know it's supposed to be a challenge, but come on. Then we'll have to like rally up the troops to quickly head out and hopefully not be too late. I have the weirdest feeling of deja vu. Like this happened at some other time too, where I was like, oh yeah, we can just totally muster up our people to come and guard them before something bad happens when we get attacked, but oh yeah, right. I think Yep. Failed. Well, that's not a surprise. But something that is a surprise is what happens to the goodwill of the faction. Nothing. They're just gonna leave. Huh. You know, I for sure would have thought that we would basically have pissed off the Empire even more by failing to save this important person. But apparently not. Ah, well. What's the medical emergency? Acute liver failure. Oh shit. Does anyone wanna sponsor a liver? Otherwise we're gonna have someone yeah. Oh shoot, actually. this is the perfect use case for a healer mech serum, I suppose. Right, because there's no one else needing... Nope. Okay, so... Does it even matter who administers it? I don't think so. Okay, just... Okay, thanks, Varric. We'll just do it without a mech serum, but... not a mech serum, but a healer. No, it is a mech serum. Okay. That simplifies things a little bit. Let's see. I'll make sure to let Amopeka know that you've effectively saved one of his investments, if you will. Giggles, you can go and do that, right? We can do it with... Oof, okay, it's... Gotta go fast. Yeah, exactly. Should be manageable though. Right, Giggles? Ah, it's gonna be fine. Gonna be fine. Only near death, no issues whatsoever. Thank God for the freaking death rattle mod. Otherwise she would have been dead, wouldn't she? Or I don't remember in the base game, does it actually instantly kill your colonist if they lose the liver? Or do you still have time in that case to administer a healer mech serum? Can't quite recall. They die, yeah. Thought so. The vanilla game is a bit more ruthless when it comes to all that. Feeling content. I mean, for as bad as she... Like, considering she almost died, she is doing rather well. And remember, she has a psychic harmonizer, so... Because she does well, everyone else gets a nice bonus. Like, that investment is paid off immensely. Actually, now that I think about it... Thought for sure that I considered buying another one at some other stage, but it seems like I'm wrong. Well. For harvesting organs, yeah. I mean, that's one way to put it, but awfully morbid if you ask me. But it falls natural to this game, so it is what it is, I suppose. Alright, we can relax a little bit after that whole mech hive situation. Plenty of steel left. I should probably investigate where we're expending it all though. My guess is gonna be the machining table. But is there... I suppose having helmets would be more beneficial right now than being able to make components. Because I don't even have enough components to fill. Oh, right. Yeah, because if we run out of components, we can't do proper repairs. So what am I saying? So maybe we should just suspend these so we have them set up, but don't actually do any of these. And then if we cancel these, we should get some components back. Yeah. What I thought. Should be enough to even make this fabrication bench here. Very good. Still have some dirt to lay down, but maybe we should just make this an enclosed building so that we can get some heating going. Just so that this station is semi-operational. We should have plenty of stone by now. Oh shoot, I don't even... Oh, okay. Fortunately, I did place that one down where it actually was useful. And also salvage these steel slag chunks. Should we start moving these over? I mean, we haven't quite put a floor in yet, but should still be operational, functional, and less risque than having it over here. I'm still just super worried that one day a colonist is just gonna have a flip and we're gonna have a chem fuel situation 2.0, except instead of chem fuel being destroyed and igniting the entire base and burning everything to the ground, it's gonna be a chain reaction of unstable power cells. I still can't get over some of the bullshit that happened in one of the first sessions where we got a random drop with chem fuel canisters, and I was like, yeah, we can sell this, or we can store it up for later use. And I think like a few in-game days pass and one of the colonists has a mental breakdown and decides to go and break a bunch of random crap. And one of those random things that they decided to break was a chem fuel, that stack of chem fuel canisters situated in the center of our storage room, which was situated down here at that point. And because we had everything built out of wood at that point, the entire base got ignited and everything burned to the ground, basically, making us forced to start completely over almost in terms of progress. Yeah, especially if you're not careful. Then I didn't learn from that mistake either, because then later when we established this barn over here, also made out of wood, I started putting the animals in there, and we got some boomalopes and had all our resources stored in here too, because we didn't have this storage building erected yet. And then we had a food shortage issue because of toxic fallout, and all the animals started starving to death. And you know what happens when a boomalope starves to death and you have 8 of them in your base? They kind of explode. And before I managed to react, meaning that I think we even have an aftermath of this. Yeah, because I basically assigned all the boomalopes to this zone here to try and move them out of the room, but it was already too late. The one boomalope had ignited the building and it was no turning back. Fortunately though, we managed to contain the fire to this building and get all the other boomalobes moved out of there so that they exploded outdoors instead of inside. Did mean that our entire stockpile of wood and other resources just burned to the ground, but hey, only half our colonists got burn injuries, and they did survive, but yeah, it was a pain. Fire foam poppers. Yeah, I usually play with the Dubspat hygiene mod, which allows you to build a firefighting sprinkler system for some of the same reasons. But genuinely, I tend to also have the boomalopes separated from all the other creatures just because of how volatile they can be. It's so dangerous. Even if you're using something like the boom mod to limit the conditions under which they explode, they still with the, I can't remember which mod it is that I'm using. It's not the boom mod, because yeah, it's the boom mod expanded. So with that one you can have a little bit more control over what the conditions are, even if it's a relatively simple mod. But I do prefer it where they only explode if it's not a controlled circumstance, if you know what I mean. So for instance, you know, it's always been a silly thing to me why a boomalope explodes when you slaughter it in vanilla. Because at some point you will need to get rid of them, or some, because you need to do population control. And being the vanilla game, you normally already have to do so much micromanagement, right? So if you wanted to avoid any injuries, you would have to manually draft someone, get all the boomalopes you want to get rid of, move to a different zone, and then shoot them at range. Like them of milking chem fuel, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the chem fuel resource is quite valuable. It's a decent way of earning a lot of silver. But at the same time, I'm a little bit more of... no, I was about to say lazy, but I prefer to maintain my sanity, if you will. And I did have this one issue with the game where... for the longest time when I was first started playing this game, I had issues where I was getting massive headaches in my when playing my colony, because there was just so many creatures to micromanage on top of everything else, that I just got like a what do you even want to call it? Like my brain was just overloaded with things I needed to keep track of. We can buy a lung here, cochlear implant 2, but let's just stick to a lung because we have the money. But yeah, I was getting like to the point where having to manage all these hunting designations constantly and having like 30 creatures that I needed to butcher every 2 seconds because they just procreated like crazy. Fortunately though, that's when I started looking into the colony manager mod, which, like, without this mod I probably wouldn't enjoy playing this game as much as I do. After starting using this, the headaches basically went away, so that's why I tie it to the just cognitive overload of wanting to play the game at high game speeds while also having to manage all of these small minor things. So if someone else is having issues like that, I would definitely recommend using this. And some people that I've talked with say like, oh, okay, so you're just installing a mod that makes it so that you have to play the game less. Which you could argue, yes. It does mean that you don't have to effectively mark all of these manually. But I mean, it's tied into a game mechanic where you need to set someone aside for doing the management task itself until you get an AI core that can do it for you. And you still have to make the conscious decisions and planning everything out on which creatures to keep, how many of them you want to keep, where to put them, how to assign all the masters, and if whether or not you want to train them, all that stuff you still need to do. You just only have to like think about doing it once, and then in the case that something changes, it's relatively easy to instate some new rules if you want. So I definitely like doing it that way. It gives me more energy to focus on the remaining parts of the game. And especially when streaming, it's even more useful because, you know, I even sometimes don't even pay attention to let's not do it like this, to colonists getting chased by random animals out in the wild, you know. It was just a really nice butler, if you will. Speaking of chem fuel though, I do not prefer, but I really like the alpha animals mod. I've become a bit of a fan of the aero fleets there with what they did with them, adding a whole new blue gel fuel refining process. It's kind of cool. And the Dragon's Descent mod, even as overpowered as the dragons there are, you can get chem fuel from them too, which is kind of nice. A little bit overpowered, but hey, it is what it is. But the air fleets actually have the same thing, right? As with boomalopes, they also explode on death. So they're basically just as tricky to deal with. But on top of that, they also reproduce asexually and at a rapid rate. So I would almost argue that it's even more tricky to deal with those than boomalopes. So I remember some of the earlier playthroughs before they implemented the blue gel refining process. Me and the people that I hang out with, we would get these aeroflates to like assign a zone to them where they would hang out sort of around the defensive positions of the base. And they would just sort of be tasked with hanging out there in the case that we get attacked. Where if we get attacked, the idea was that, oh, the enemy's gonna shoot them or whatever. And then when they explode, they basically create a wall of fire to take out the enemy, or at least halter their advance onto the base. Which is an alternative way of using them, I suppose. But it works fairly well because they are quite temperature tolerant, and because they reproduce asexually and can eat vegetables or grass. It's completely viable to do. Okay, should we research bionic replacements though? Because it is spacer tech. We are using tech advancing. Or is there something else? Speaking of fire foam. Is there anything else? Oh, we could actually research tube television. Just for some improved recreation, maybe. Let's do that. Okay, so we've slowly gotten all the plant scraps moved out here. I wanted to intentionally get them turned into rotted mush or whatever it's called. Okay. Speaking of which, we actually have some fertilizer now, so maybe it's about time that we made some improvements. Oh, compacted steel. Don't want hairs, thank you much. Yeah, I think we're good on resources for a while. Oh, lovely, we get a second chance to do the Praetor thing. We can actually do it now. Just want to double check what foods he can eat though, because that's the only thing that I could imagine becoming a serious problem. Okay, so he can eat fine meals still. That's okay. No dumb labor, no plant work, no mining. I'm sure he'll manage. I think we have everything we need. Sure, let's do it. Could really get like a more appropriate throne at some point. Make it out of jade. Oh, we can actually afford this. Holy shit. Yeah, let's wait till after the ceremony. Yeah, not really any reason to play at 3x speed. Wow. Now a Praetor. What does throne speech do? Oh damn. It depends on his social abilities. Oh boy. Not exactly the best. Let's be real here. Wait a moment. I thought... Huh? So he is a Praetor now, but... Dumb labor, plant work, and mining. So is that just that he's... he doesn't like doing those things? Or does it actually like straight up limit him? Because it doesn't say he's incapable of it. Oh, and we got this skill. That's kind of cool. That's actually something useful. Wow. Well, word of love is kind of useful too. But yeah, he's a Praetor, so why can he still do those things? I'm a little bit confused about that. Reassign him to this bedroom though. Oh, and we should probably give him a heating unit so he doesn't complain about that. Yeah. Ooh, some free stuff. Piles of dirt. Actually very welcome. Oh, okay, we did actually finish off this whole terraforming project. Or somewhat at least. Ah, okay, we have a few things here that still need replacing. Mud to soil. Should do the trick. But we'll have to research terraforming if we're to actually cap it off completely. Of course, this thing will work for now. Okay, so let's set these things up. And then this, and then finally, so. Or should we do it opposite way around? Just a marble meteorite. Nothing too crazy. I just have to make up my mind if we want to prioritize advanced components or regular components. I think prioritizing regular components is going to be better than the advanced ones, just because you need those for repairs. If I remember correctly, this requires like, yeah, crafting skill 18 if you want to make 25 at a time. That's why we still need the lower quantity crafting recipes. Rare Frumbos, do we have anyone with inspired taming? Nope. Still not. This is like so annoying because we've had inspired taming on people with pretty high taming skill before. So we have had the opportunity to get Frumbos earlier in the game. It's just they were none on the grid at that point in time or in your home area. I just hope that they're gonna stick around out here and not go inside. That's what I remember happened all the other times. Of course, we could also deliberately hunt them for weapons and Frumbo fur. Might actually be interested in doing that, wouldn't I? I think we have more than enough critical mass to actually pull it off at this stage. Let's just research flat screen television immediately. Don't really want to consider Mike though, because he's kind of slow. Oh, so we have this. Oh, I've been looking forward to this menu. I've seen it once before, but I've never made use of it. Interesting. Very cool. Unused permit points. How do you get the permit points? Okay, so that costs honor. Okay. So how does this thing work anyway? Okay, so it just makes like a A star patterned wall. Interesting. Okay. Get some of these shotgun users over here. Don't really want to get too close to in front of the turrets because I've had issues where the colonists hit themselves or each other on accident. And I really want to try and avoid that. And we have some more short range shotgun and SMG user. And then a singular hand pistol person. Which let's try and equip, well, not equip, but man this turret here. Just because we can. Oh shit. Okay. Good morning, I would say. Ooh. Am I overcompensating? Maybe. Maybe just a little bit. But I'm just so freaking terrified of stuff going terribly wrong in this game. But well, at least now I know we're more than capable of taking out Frombos. Very good. That also means we have 2 melee weapons that we could technically switch out. But are they actually worse than the That's kind of interesting. So they have a lower cooldown than the longsword. A relatively substantial one, I would say. Like, you know, 0.6 seconds less is quite a good amount. But they still do way less DPS though. Oh, something to note though is that they are blunt weapon damage instead of cut. Even though they do slightly less DPS, I guess it would be paired up against a different resistance type, which might actually turn out to be more damage being dealt than if we were to use cut weapons. Just maybe might be a better pick as a sidearm. Because if I remember correctly, all the projectile weaponry that's not explosive counts as sharp weaponry too, so no reason to have your melee weapon be a sharp armor, a sharp weapon type if blunt does more damage in melee in that instance. And I guess we can just equip the remaining swords that are now no longer being used to the people who still don't have any melee weapons. Assuming that we do actually have some people that need them still. Okay, we have one person. Well, one person is still one person. Oh, so we did get a... Forgot about this. The Persona Plasma Sword. Who to give it to though? I mean... Oh yeah, we should probably look at what the trait is. Huh. Amplifies the wielder's psychic sensitivity by 40%. What does that actually mean for a Psycaster? Is that a good or bad thing? I assume that it's gonna be a good thing, right? Okay. Didn't exactly tell me what I needed to know though. I'm just gonna take a gamble here and equip the plasma sword. Assuming that it is actually gonna improve his Psycast abilities if we end up needing them. That also gives us a Frumbo horn that we can give off to someone else. Where do they even store these things anyway? Because last we saw them stored down here, right? Okay, we have a warg hunting Murphy. Oh boy, okay, this is this could end up pretty badly. I don't want to mess around with this shit. Run, Murphy, run! Interesting. God damn it. Okay, I think it's gonna be okay. No major damage was done. Well, I say that Alberto did lose his right thumb in the process. But apart from that, no one got severely hurt. Well, apart from the warg. Very well then. Hmm. Should probably start setting up some builds so that we can get rid of all the weapons and whatnot that we end up acquiring, which is biocoded. Right now we've just set it up for Neolithic and medieval weaponry. Wait, hold on a second. Let's not melt down our long swords. But actually, why? That does tell me something important though. It tells me that no one is doing the smelting job. Otherwise, we would have smelted down all the swords that we would have been making. Oh. Melt any biocoded weapon, I suppose. Who's our smelters? We have this ammo pick, huh? Alberto, maybe Alberto could probably do it. They've just been assigned for research. So we have someone who actually does it. Prisoner meat. What? Oh, prisoner meat. Okay, that's his name. Wow. That sounded awfully wrong for a second there. So special prisoner we just need to stash. 17-year-old cave child named Mike Mead Hoffman, whom knows embarrassing information about Hakuya's mining skill. How specific. Hakuya doesn't want him to be freed. So only need to keep him for 9 days. Okay, we can probably do that. For a new reformer. Also improve our goodwill. I'm sure we can manage a prisoner. Just set this room for as a prisoner cell, and then we should be good. Actually, let's do this one, because it already has a table inside. No, okay, it didn't matter. This one did too, I just didn't notice it. Oh, we have a spare chain shotgun, or two maybe even. Yeah. I seem to recall that we had this one... Who was it? Not Mike. Lamp? No. There we go. Oh yeah, it's Alberto, who only has a singular hand pistol. Maybe we can give him a bit of a weapon upgrade. Ominous green glow of these unstable power cells is a little bit freaky. Oh no, an infection. I'm contemplating if we need to do some design revision on this stockpile here. Because I have a feeling that, say one of these explodes, these wooden doors won't be enough to prevent it from potentially damaging the eventual power cell that's going to be on the opposite side. I'm pretty sure that the limestone walls will prevent it from exploding into the one right next to it though. So maybe doing something like this, having a wall across in the middle here, would be substantial enough to prevent them from doing a chain reaction. Can also get this mud converted into dirt just so that we can build a wall, get it all roofed. Now that I think about it, so we have 21 people that are sharing a room with only 10 chairs. Maybe it's about time we did something to improve that situation. Don't exactly have a lot of room for more chairs in here though, but and tables, mind you. But I'm sure we can figure something out. Undignified throne room. Wait, what? Why? Is that because there's some dirt in here now? That's bound to be why. Oh yeah, it's gonna be this Alberto's blood. No, get rid of that. There we go. 250 steel. Oh wait, so you can just... Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna try the steel drop just to see what it's like. Ah, okay. Oh, this could be super useful if you're like out and about doing like say a combat-based situation, for instance. Like, oh, give me some resources so that we can build a fortification or something. So you don't have to haul all the steel around. I've had the fucking royalty DLC for so long. Basically since the DLC came out, and I've never I've never used the systems that they introduced with that DLC. So it's about damn time that maybe I should do something about that. Okay, so now that we've called it in once. Okay, so it's... Okay, that's a very, very long cooldown. Holy shit. Then all of a sudden 250 steel isn't really that much. But I suppose they were supposed to be like small things that you can call in as like an emergency base reward. Oh yeah, we don't... Wait, what? Oh, okay, so it doesn't cover it. Slept in the cold, yeah. Or ammo pika. Tell you what though, we should definitely build this grand jade-based throne room. Meditation throne. So what's our power production looking like in terms of these power cells though? Because I know you can look at them individually to get an overview or an idea of how much they produce, but I find it a bit easier to look in here. I mean, they do produce power, but holy hell, like they don't produce much. Like if we fill this entire setup that I have designed here with these power cells, they might just produce as much power as a single... No, wait, those are 2 geothermal things, aren't they? Yeah. Okay, so they do actually produce about a little bit more than a single geothermal generator. Which is actually quite good, right? Because even though this geothermal generator almost functions in the same way, the key difference is that this machine requires you to occasionally repair it, costing components. Whereas the power cells just function indefinitely as long as no one destroys them. How old this colony is? I mean, it's 7 years, in-game years. But, what session is this anyway? Is it session 7 or 8? Can't remember, it should say on Twitch. Yeah, so this is session 8. Thought so. And each session has been about... well, I did change it up, so it's about a 5-hour average, but... because I've changed the schedule to be a bit more hours, then yeah. Getting the strawberry glazed donuts from Krispy Kreme. Oh, that's fine. Maybe you can catch me on another time. You will be welcome if you want to see what's going on at a later time at any rate. But enjoy your donuts. Okay, so we've got a bit of a psychic drone going on, which is manageable. God damn it, Mike. Why are you so slow? I mean, I know why he's slow, but... God damn it. He will attack anyone he sees, okay? Or bunny rabbit. Oh shit. How do we deal with this situation? It may be a little bit overkill. Sure, let's make the walking ancient even less useful by shooting bullets in his general direction. Sounds like the best plan in the universe. Oh yeah, maybe we should get a look at those tube televisions. I know we kind of almost have flat screen ones, but I wonder if this would actually work, if this is too close or not. Because obviously we won't be able to place them in the middle for each of the beds. And there wouldn't be any room for a flat screen television. I assume that this would be fine because it just needs to cover one of the tiles, right? But see, this is the thing, like, you read that, oh, you can, you know, entertain people who are bedridden through the use of something like a tube television, but the only case where I've ever encountered that being relevant at all is if the person who is bedridden is actually capable of walking away themselves. In any other instance, there's no reason to worry about their mood, I suppose, because they can't really go on a catatonic breakdown because, well, they can't move, period, right? Regardless. There's definitely a thing you can do. We have this bulk goods trader come in with a spaceship. Let's see what they have. Yeah, so we can buy some of the stuff needed for terraforming here if we wanted to, but I don't feel that that's gonna be a good investment necessarily. Well, it depends on how many textiles we have to sell. But let's take a look first to see if there's anything else that we would like. Had we had a bunch of wood, we could actually have gotten rid of it now. But we can still sell like 1,000 of it. Might as well do that, because we practically only use it for traps and for the throne room braziers at this point. Sell some of this stuff though. Dog leather. I wonder which terriers that came from. Okay. Let's just sell some plain leather for the remaining silver just to make the most out of it. Yeah, might as well also include the light leather. There we go. Okay, we got the flat screen TV researched. What's up next? Because a lot of the stuff that we have remaining right now, well, okay, auto doors seems like an obvious choice, but like all the drug production, I don't ever really use any of these things. And I know they can give you an upper edge, but it is also a double-sided blade, so risk reward and all that. Oh boy, making this throne's gonna take a while. Very impressive bedroom. Tell you what though, should we maybe invest limestone into the remaining buildings that we need to make still? Might be worth it. Focus on, well, not focus, but let's just do the remaining. Then once we've done that, we can always see if there's anywhere else that we would like to improve our defenses with. Say, start widening our outer walls, for instance. Also replace the walls for our rec room over here. Just because it's kind of really close to our defensive measures. And we still have a lot of rooms that don't even have proper flooring in them yet. Like for instance, the kitchen is still just very, very basic. Maybe it's about time that we get the sterile room set up. Yeah, we can finally move the last unstable power cell over. Aha, Varric. No booming the base now, hopefully. Definitely wouldn't want to be in here if something goes awry though. That would be a bad time for sure. But yeah, we could also consider if we want to extend the inner defended areas to the last sort of area that we want, just so that we can integrate this steam geyser into the protected areas. Freaking social fighting. I've been wondering if it would be interesting to try and really focus down the whole word of love thing to try and force people into relationships. Because so far it hasn't really, at least notably, made any payoffs from what I could tell. But then again, kind of understandable. You wouldn't exactly expect it to have an immediate effect anyway. But it does remind me of the Rimworld of Magic, where some of the skills work in a very similar, not similar way, but in order for them to be effective, you basically have to nurture your colonists by almost repeatedly using these skills. One thing that comes to mind is the Chronomancer that can speed up or revert aging. However, reverting age is very time intensive because you only... how many years is it? I think like each time you cast it on a colonist, they maybe revert like 1 or 2 years worth of age for the full duration of the spell, which means if you want to revert someone's age by say 30 years for instance, well, it's gonna take a while. Especially due to the fact that you can only cast it every so often before they run out of mana and stuff. And I guess the same could be said for the speed up spell. Though that one has a more immediate effect. Okay, so we finally got auto doors researched, which can be helpful. I don't know. With this colony in particular, we definitely have a few use cases, but they do cost power to keep operating at optimal performance. So now the big question is what to research next, however. I mean, we could research fire foam poppers and then get them installed in our defensive position so that if for some reason fire breaks out in our defensive line, it'll at least be put out relatively quickly. But yeah, regarding the auto door, it's very useful between I at least find it very useful between crafting stations and your stockpiles. So obviously having it between the kitchen and the food stockpile is beneficial. Also having it towards the outside so that the door doesn't let out too much heat is also beneficial. So that's probably where we should get them first. You can also argue that having them on the outside walls could be beneficial because why did that explode? Whoa, okay. That was a bit unexpected. What the actual hell? Oh, that's why it exploded. The reason why it exploded is this is a dedicated stockpile for our freaking mortar shells, and the goddamn drop pods decided to land right on top of that. Well, we got some Mega Sloth wool in return. Yay. Well, a good thing we didn't have too many shells. I think at most it was like 20 shells that got blown up. Does give me an idea though. It's this 2x2 area, so why don't we put a steel roof on top of it? Just for future reference. Now we have to speed up like... Oh, okay, they don't consider it outside? Wait, what? I'm actually kind of surprised by that. Oh, there's the Frumble horn that we were looking for earlier. Who should get that? Giggles. Kidoki Giggles. This, please. So down there on the right, it does say it is unroofed. But interestingly enough, things are not deteriorating because of it being unroofed. Huh. That's kind of strange. Or is that just me? What can you do with a transport shuttle? Oh, okay. But is that like one that you get to keep indefinitely? The transport shuttle? Or is it a one-time use, I wonder? Okay, we can finally start doing these repairs here. But yeah, if we construct these steel roofings, it's basically like having overhead mountain. So it means if something like this were to happen again, and we have mortar shells stored here, the drop pods would just disintegrate when they hit the roof, and as far as I understand it at least, I don't remember if they make a hole in the roof still, but they should just disintegrate. And we should be able to see it if we look here. It's dark blue now. It is really expensive to do it this way though. 50 steel per tile. So, you know, if you wanted to do it for your entire stockpile of this size, that would already be 10,000 steel. So I tend to use this quite strategically, simply because of how expensive it is. I mean, it's a little bit better when you use a storage facility mod, where you can put more things into your tiles. But you can also use it strategically, like say you put it over the beds of your colonists. It's not too expensive, and it means if you do get raided by drop pods, even if they crash land for the roof, at least they're not going to insta-give your colonists. And in fact, I think it might also just straight up deter enemies from doing, like dropping in through the roof in the first place. I have had issues in, like, this is years ago, so it's probably not a thing anymore. But I was having issues in a mountain base where almost every second or third time I would get raided, they would come through to me with drop pods, because, you know, one of the sides they couldn't approach you by foot. But the thing is, they would try and drop pod into the mountain, and back then I wasn't using raise the roof or anything, so it was just normal overhead mountain too, which is what struck me as weird, because these drop pods would just aim for my stockpile rooms where I would have like really valuable things, but they would collide with the roof. And the way that works is that when the drop pods hit the roof, it would just do like act as if you have a cave-in, and having a cave-in means that any resource on the tile below would just completely vanish, like it would just disintegrate into nothingness. And I was already using the increased stack sizes, so one time I had like an entire stack of whatever 200 and something components or something, just poof. It disintegrated along with like steel and a bunch of other valuable shit. And of course, you know, sure, the drop pods disintegrated on impact too, so the raid kind of they killed themselves. But I just found it so weird. They had like a huge area in which they could drop outside, but they decided to target something that was covered by overhead mountain. And to make it even more strange, looking up the normal behavior, as far as I could understand back then at least, the AI wouldn't normally do something like that, which gave me the impression that, oh, okay, it's got to be one of the mods that I've installed or something that does it, because anything else doesn't make any sense. And at the time I had just installed the sometimes raids go wrong mod, but I tried disabling it back then and it didn't make any difference. So it's possible that it was another mod doing it at the time, but my hunch personally was that it's because of the type of you know, colony area that I had, where the enemy couldn't attack from the western side, and practically 60% of the map was covered in mountains. And even more importantly, even though they could drop freely outside with a lot of space, it's important to note that that area was also covered by turrets. So it's likely that the AI, because that's a default thing, at least from what I know, tries to avoid your turrets, especially when coming in through drop pods, so that they don't land in an area that is covered by turrets. And that was like my main assumption, that because the entire outdoor area was covered with these, I was using these precision turrets already back then, and because they have such a big range, you know, they would basically cover all of the outdoors areas, no problem. But I didn't have any interior turrets at that point in time, and none that would really overlap all the way into the mountain. So I thought, okay, maybe that's what's causing the issue. But I do seem to recall that my final solution was to not install Raise the Roof at that time, but a mod that was similar to it. It did something along the same lines, if I recall. And I was also starting to use the energy shields, the Frontier Shields one. These, which also protect you from drop pods. It's just that for good reason the interior base, or interior side of the base, wasn't covered by these shields because, well, it was indoors under overhead mountain, so I assumed that these drop pods coming in wouldn't be an issue there, but I was wrong. So it's just one of those things that you just learn and have to learn when playing the game. Where I'm sure that anyone who's played Rimworld for any moderate amount of time will have had a similar experience. Okay, fire foams researched. Guess we might as well do terraforming just so that we have that option available to us. Oh yeah, and before I forget it, maybe we should consider improving the soil quality in here. How much do we have? Okay, so we can actually do quite a lot. Of course, we don't need to do the entire room because that's unnecessary. But let's start with one of these sun lamps for now, with this one here being the least priority. So I guess there's never gonna be really a good enough reason for us to build hydroponics basins in this colony, because it doesn't provide lighting on its own. It's a, what is it, a 4x1, so you can't, I don't think you can you actually? No, you'll have like one space. So a total of 4 spaces at least that are not covered. Or is there a mathematically optimized way? I've never actually tried to see if there's actually a way to completely cover a sun lamp with hydroponics basins, but let me know if there is. My solution was just to install mods that enable you to make hydroponics basins that have growth lights in them back in the day, and in newer times I've just been using the vanilla expanded, I guess it would be farming, is that what it's called, or is it's one of the furniture expanded ones. It allows you to build single tile hydroponics basins and growth plots to the point where eventually they are completely self sufficient, so you don't need growth lamps either, sun lamps. But I guess in this case, because this was already dirt and we have the terraforming capabilities for fertile fields, there's not really much reason to bother with these. Because I'm pretty sure they can break down too, and you know, just looking at them, they're just so fucking expensive. The only benefit I seem to recall you get from them is that it increases the growth rate substantially on whatever you put in here. But even with just tilled soil, we can get it quite high. Because it's 140% with rich soil, if I am not mistaken. Let's see, yeah, 140% fertile on the bottom left there. And I think it's 180 with the tilled soil. And I'm a bit of a wuss when it comes to Rimworld, so by default the soil will, like if you install fertile fields, then by default there is a probability of soil returning back to dirt from rich soil and from tilled soil into rich soil. So that it's not, you know, a permanent upgrade, if you will. I got a little bit surprised the first time I installed the mod and I saw all my rich soil being turned into regular dirt. Not gonna lie. But I don't personally see any issue with having them stay permanently. Especially when hydroponics basins are still better than tilled soil is. So if you wanted to get more out of it anyway, you would be building something like a hydroponics basin. Gotta keep an eye out for the time though. Don't know quite what to eat today. I was thinking on hot wings and French fries. Because isn't it today that it's like holiday in Denmark? Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, that was technically yesterday, so today the stores would probably be open, I suppose. Great Praying Day, as it's roughly translated into. And I'm not really a religious person, so I don't really honor those holidays. It was amazing as a kid because you got to have all this time off during spring season. But nowadays, you know, being a grown-up and then forgetting to buy groceries, it can be a bit problematic. Okay, this is very nice. Okay, so we're discovering a lot of steel. They're quite out there, but at least having it available as an optional thing for us to go for is always pretty good. Okay, and components are just straight up steel, so we're pretty good on components, I would say, for a long while. Assuming that we don't have our deep drills destroyed in any accidents. And the reason why I was uncertain about the component cost is that I'm so used to playing with the expanded materials mod now. I think that's what it's called. Maybe it's just materials expanded, so you know, flipping the words around, but Yeah, it's quite a neat additional challenge to the game, in my opinion. Because I've always been a fan of Rimworld, where you can make things stuffable, as you call it. So, for instance, this is also not normal, I'm pretty sure, but yeah, I have a perfect overview of all the mods I've installed, trust me. But like, we can make our turrets out of plasteel instead of regular steel, and then depending on the material's properties and whatnot, you know, we can make some turrets essentially that are stronger than they would otherwise. Same goes for weapons. You can have a direct impact on melee weapons damage output, I'm pretty sure. Walls, depending on what stone type, you know, they have different hit points. Armor, it'll affect resistances, and so forth. And I really just enjoy taking that to the next level, where you have stuffable floors. You know, it's no longer just a wooden floor, but you can make it out of birch wood, palm wood, oak wood, etc. So that you have different types of wood in the game with different stats associated. So wood isn't like, you know, a tree isn't just a tree anymore. And the same goes for metals, where in the base game we have a few options, of course, as we saw. Like, we could build our turrets out of plasteel, which would make them better. The same with uranium. However, like, you know, we can build them out of gold, but apart from being extremely expensive due to the way that these metals, if you will, are handled, it's basically increases the cost by tenfold. It's not only really expensive to make, but the stats that you get are also just terrible for any kind of practical usage. You can basically make a golden turret inside your throne room, and it'll add a bunch of beauty and wealth to the room while defending it, but if anyone breathes in its general direction, it's just gonna implode on itself, I'd imagine. Not super useful. Technically, we don't really need the long-range mineral scanner anymore, so we might as well toggle the power off and then just have it in case of an emergency. I used to use it a lot on earlier playthroughs, but I am personally a bigger fan of using deep drills. Alternatively, I have also in the past made caravans, gone to an empty like world tile to establish a camp through one of the mods, and then just camp it out and harvest resources locally available with the intention of bringing them back. So it's a bit more random what you can find, as opposed to tuning into a specific resource that you need, which then marks it as a deposit on the world map, if I'm correct. Yeah, it's over here. Lump of compacted machinery. But the reason why I've gone away from this approach is because it's way more risky. Since you could arrive at it, and as soon as you approach the lump of components or whatever, a bunch of mechanoids surround you from all around you, and you don't know until you're sitting in the shit, so to speak. I would much rather have to deal with the occasional deep drill causing a infestation, if you will. But anyways, in terms of the materials expanded mod, kind of went off on a tangent, I suppose. The materials expanded mod works really well. It doesn't just add more metals to the game so that you can build things that are stuffable out of alternative metals and such. but it also straight up changes crafting recipes for a lot of other things to a more extreme degree. One of the examples I can sort of remember at the top of my head are batteries. Right now we need steel and components to make one, but with the extended metals, for one, steel, you can't just find compacted steel anymore. Instead, you have to find iron, and if you want steel, you need to process it using coal or charcoal in order to get the compacted steel. And that's just one thing. In order to make batteries specifically, if I remember, you also need to acquire lead. And similarly, there's a bunch of other, I assume, real world equivalent materials that are used for similar purposes. You know, lead-based batteries is a real thing. And all those materials get sort of incorporated into a lot of the crafting recipes. Just all of a sudden you'll need stuff like germanium or germanium. Oh, don't know how to pronounce that exactly. Titanium and so forth. So not only can you make stuffable things out of these different metals to get different values for their stats, but also, you know, a different look to your playthrough. But it also makes it more challenging to build more advanced structures, since you need a more varied supply of materials all of a sudden. And it just improves the diversity available in the game, which I've said in the past that I'm a pretty big fan of, which is why, like, having a bunch of mods that add more defensive possibilities, like different turret types, wall types, but also just straight up items for your colonists to acquire, whether it be armor, weapons, utilities, you name it. Because every time you have a playthrough that way, the more variety you have, the more unique that playthrough is gonna feel like. And there's just something exciting about discovering a weapon that you kind of know is in your mod pack, but you just haven't tried out yet for some reason. You haven't bothered making them, or you just haven't been fortunate to run across it, or you didn't realize it was in there. A more recent example for me was finally trying out the crypto crossbows for the vanilla expanded Vikings. And that thing is interesting. It's it's really cool, but also kind of inherently broken due to the nature of how it works, and I love it. So basically, it's a weapon that applies the hyperthermia debuff to anything that it hits. And consecutive hits with this weapon will increase the severity of that status debuff, to the point of eventually not... I don't think it can kill it might be able to kill someone, but the thing about hyperthermia that's interesting is that, say you shoot at a creature with this, for instance, eventually their hyperthermia gets so bad that they get knocked unconscious, or at least knocked prone, or whatever you want to call it, incapacitated. And that has this interesting effect that once incapacitated, you can just go over and finish it off. Just go over. And I put that in quotation marks because it's still, you know, hyperthermia granted or afflicted this way still abides by normal game rules. So if it's like warm weather outside in your situation where you're applying the status effect, the hyperthermia is also going to diminish rather quickly. So you kind of can exploit this system to insta-give any creature that you want, regardless of how strong it is. which is super powerful in a one-on-one combat scenario. But you have to be really quick about it, because if you don't, the incapacitated creature will get up and maul you to death. And especially if it's a one-on-one or very few colonists anyway, or you're using the person with the Cryptos crossbow to take out said creature, then there's a good chance of that person getting into melee combat, and then you can't shoot it anymore with the crossbow. So just gotta be mindful of that. A psychic emanator, god damn it, Rick. These are just, speaking of broken things, these are kind of broken too. Where do we want to put this though? Enjoy. But where do we want to put this though? I don't know. I mean, we could put it in the other recreational room for now. That would probably be the best situation. The other good place to put it would be the research center. But to make it fit the widest, I think putting it here would probably be the most useful. Let's do that for now. Dude. Wait. A mono sword? Oh no. Stop crashing through the goddamn ceiling here. Okay, I think I need to move this drop spot. That's probably what the issue is. Well, okay. Thanks for the mono sword. Okay, let's take a look at this. Hold on. Oh, wait, so this is not a persona sword. Oh, okay. I don't think it will. Just allow that and get that hold before it starts deteriorating too much. Shit. Ah, there it is. I mean, it'll sort. Oh, actually, you're right. It'll just cover all the seating areas and yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, because I was thinking it needed to cover the entire room. Of course, it doesn't. This needs to cover where the colonists are seated, and we have this random dining chair here. Oh shoot, I forgot. I was also building more seated areas here. Let's just get that out of the way too. But just to finish the super broken thing, so yeah, I found out that even something as scary as a dragon from Dragon's Descent can become incapacitated and killed rather quickly with a crypto crossbow, which was my go-to strategy. I would have my people or person with the crypto crossbow that I got really early on as like a really lucky drop from a drop pod, target down the dragon in question. It would get incapacitated and I would keep targeting it. Wait, what? Why a mind screw? Hold on a second. Who do you want me to use these on? Aren't these like super evil? I want to know your thought process on this. Masochist pawns. Oh, you've got a pretty good point there. Wow, I never thought about that. That's actually brilliant. I was wondering what to use those for, but that makes so much sense now. Turning their brains from the inside. I mean, we might as well see if we have anyone who's a masochist. Don't think we have. We might. Because that is a vanilla trait, isn't it? Doesn't look like we might have any. Nope. On the wimp, yeah. I assume it would also I assume it would also mean that if you have the psychic sensitivity debuff on said person, they would also just immediately become unconscious. Because isn't 70%, no, 30% consciousness enough? No, wait, because it's not consciousness, it's pain. A different stat. But yeah, regarding the just finishing, trying to finish off that dragon thing, so the crypto crossbow, you would just continuously single target the dragon while it's down, which would be a bit harder to hit it while it's down, but then you'd come in from the sideline with a second pawn to finish off the enemy. And that's just so freaking powerful. You don't even know. Alright, Rubabas. Rubabas. That's such a funky name. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Okay, so... Okay, mono sword. No distractions. I wanted to see what the DPS of this thing was. Okay, so it's a cut type weapon. It's got less DPS, but it's got way better armor penetration. So I suppose that means that it's also going to be better than the Frumbo Horn. Actually, I'm going to do that regardless because it's both better DPS and better armor penetration. Yep. Very good. Now we've already bound the Persona Plasma Sword to this Amo P.K., so let's do the Mono Sword to the female one. Okay, so it was an exotic goods trader. We should probably see what they have for sale, since we do have a good amount of silver. Well, we can kind of make our own components now, but we've sort of used up all our plasteel though, apart from the stuff that we can mine, but might be an idea to get some of those. We can get an Archotech leg. Those are quite valuable. I'm pretty sure we can't just buy those. Craft those, I mean. Or an aesthetic nose. Okay, let's invest in this leg replacement. Who was missing a leg? Our royalty himself. I mean, we could give him an Archotech leg as a replacement. And then we did have one person who was using a peg leg that they can get that thing then. Oh, okay, so we need to reassign this. Yep, go. That should make him happy. He gets a slight mood buff from a very impressive throne room. Sure. What did you need to make advanced components? Plasteel and gold. Quite expensive too. Where did we... Yeah, this... We'd probably start mining that plasteel chunk. Should we get autocannons next? Could research gun links just so that we have that as an optional thing we can craft. Could also get the vitals monitor so that Isn't that the... Okay, then that's... I'm probably thinking of another mod. Because this isn't added by a mod, is it? Can't remember. Ooh, free components. Getting on those. Sadly, we're like closing in on the end of my stream today. Got another 10 minutes to run on, but not like we can do an awful lot in that time. I don't really want to get started on something major either. But we'll just let this colony run for like 10 minutes more, and then sadly I'll have to call it for today. Because it's getting like around that time where I usually make dinner. And I'm getting a little bit peckish too. But we did get a lot of stuff done today though. Even got some of our growth zones improved here. Which is, yeah, 180% fertile. Which is almost twice as good as just regular dirt. Not nearly as good as a hydroponics tray, but pretty close. There has to be a freaking way to like place down hydroponics trays, right? And then make complete full use of it. I just can't see one. Not that it matters too much. Because I don't think we'll need them with the capability of tilling the soil like this. We are a bit low on, well, completely out actually, of raw food ingredients at the moment. But I mean, we have meals prepared, so it's not the end of the world. Oh, right. Maybe we should take a look at this zone here before we stop for today. Yeah, we don't want animals in here. Nutrient paste, best thing ever. Hi, Sarah. Good morning, Sarah. I almost thought you would say human meat is best thing ever. Still haven't turned any of our colonists into to cowboy hats yet. Sorry to disappoint. We have almost about 1,000 marble blocks though. You're practical. Imagine how fucked up it would be to have a bunch of human capes made. Oh shit. Gotta send off meat now. This is the fucking dumbest name ever. Mike Meat Hoffman. Well, it's not the dumbest name ever, but it's pretty close. But your timing is impeccable, Sarah. We're just like minutes away from closing the stream today, so sadly. Oh, you have been lurking. Oh, okay. Let's get an upgrade here. Berserk. What does that do? Oh god. That sounds like something that could be relatively useful if you're like in a combat situation. Oh my god, imagine doing that on a freaking like an enemy pirate that's wielding a doomsday rocket launcher and just make them shoot their own people. Oh man, that would be so great. My guess is that if we get to that stage though, there's gonna be so many other like extra enemies present that that enemy wouldn't be allowed to fire the rocket launcher before they would get totally annihilated though. Still, might be worth trying if it ever becomes relevant. Free berries. Okay, that means we can finally move this turret up to be in line with everything else. Sometime we should also start turning some of this stuff into mud mode. It's a little bit overpowered due to the nature of how it works. As long as it's like not muddy terrain or rocky terrain, you can convert, or not convert even, it's like a floor that you put on top of everything. And it changes the terrain affordance. No, not affordance, right? Because it's not the same. It changes the movement speed at any rate to 25% for anyone navigating those tiles, which is just ridiculous. That's more vanilla turrets for you. I know that vanilla furniture security does a similar thing with their trenches, but not quite the same. And I think there are other mods that allow you to make a mud mode equivalent as well, but a more nerfed version of this. Alternatively, we could also do the hard route and just convert terrain into mud, which already has like a 48% movement speed. So the mud mode would still be way better than regular terrain-based mud. They have the same texture too, which is kind of confusing when looking at it. And plants still grow on top of the mud moat, similar to how it does on rocky soil, I think. Actually, I'm a little bit unsure. It might take the underlying floor into account in terms of what may grow on top of it, which makes it a little bit weird, especially because optimally we would like to avoid any trees growing in this kill box whatsoever. But that's going to require a little bit more thought before we get that sorted, and I don't know if we will be able to do it with the mod setup we have, but I'll give it a go at some point. They want us to help them with 36 man-hunting rats. Oh man, we will get some side trainers though. Would be cool. And I kind of want to do this, so 8 hours after we accept. But as much as I like to do this, we will have to wait with that until a future stream, because yeah, it's unfortunately that time. Let's save the game so that we don't get unnecessary rollback. Well, if you're still watching, of course, actively anyway, thanks for dropping by the stream today. It was very cool to get rated like that by 12 people. Never had that many viewers concurrent yet. Been close, up towards 9, so having that many people drop by immediately with so much going on in chat all of a sudden was was very nice to see and a bit overwhelming. I'll definitely check out the Puppeteers mod for like a future run and see, like, it'll probably take some time to get configured if I want to integrate it with a lot of the other mods that I usually use, but I could definitely see it be very interesting to try out for sure. And of course I'll consider checking out the rating stream Tim Logic NL tomorrow. I think he said he was streaming at some point, so that could give me some ideas too to see the mod Puppeteer, I suppose. And what was the other one? There was that other one too that I need to look into, the toolkit. Yes, see how that all works out. But anyways, thanks for watching for today, and if you watch this on the VOD, or if you enjoyed watching it for like live now, why not give me a follow? Because I try to stream consistently every weekend, and if you enjoyed it this time around, you're more than welcome to drop by another time. And with that, I think all I've got to say is thanks for watching, and see you next time.